Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, November the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Okay, first of all, let's take a look at the trade of the week. The trade of the week this week is PUBM, PUBM. How you trade it, of course, is up to you. Let's see, $40.30 is considered live. So it's right there now. Of course, this is pre-market. I can kind of see why this is the trade of the week. It's got some room in the weekly chart, etc. But again, how you trade it will be up to you. My massive miss this morning, ISPS, yes, or ISPC, did not get into it. I looked at this one right about here after the initial pop. Actually, it was right here, sorry. I remember saying to myself, well, Barry, you can get all you want at around $7.40. And it said, and look at it now, 984, and it's a low float situation, 3.2 million in the float. This is a virus play. Okay, I mean, you got to read the news about it, but it is essentially it's a virus play, ISPC. Now, lithium looks a little bit alive this morning. There are a couple here. LAC is all-time high. I'm sorry, it's not an all-time high. I thought this was an all-time high. I guess over here is their all-time high up at 46, but it is on the move. It's been steadily moving up in the last, well, certainly the last few months, but it's had a nice gap up today. I don't see any specific news on it. And the other one was Livent, LTHM. This is up. And I suppose we should keep an eye on LITM. This was the IPO on Friday. It gave up a lot. I mean, it's got up to 18. It is now 12. But, you know, it's a lithium play. So let's see if it can kind of be tugged along with the other two lithium plays. Other than that, I don't really see like a major sector this morning. Actually, I was watching Bitcoin earlier, and I see it had a little bit of a pop. I don't see like a major sector this morning. So let's take a look at some of the individual stocks that are moving. ASTR, Astra Space. I guess they had a successful rocket launch. So that is now, oh, I'm sorry, it's not an all-time high. So this was a SPAC, I guess. Turned into it or merged with ASTR. PTNR. Let's see, you are up because of no reason. I cannot find any reason why this is. I'm seeing a lot of Israeli stocks. There seems to be a lot of Israeli stocks the last little while. I don't see any reason for this one, PTNR. I think this is another, is WKME. I think this is another Israeli stock, WKME. Yeah, it's up, very low volume, but it is up 13%. But again, the volume is low, but it's also a low float. PRFX. That is one. I think there were some shorts earlier for me at Interactive Brokers, but they're no longer. PRFX, I don't see any specific news on it, but this has pulled quite a bit back, 382 down to 267 now. This one could be the interesting one in terms of a short, AUPH. I think this is on financing news. I think they released some financing news after hours on Friday. More importantly, take a look left. The next low looking left is around 2097. So that certainly is far enough away. Again, we have to wait for the market to open to see if this is going to continue its weakness. But if it does, there's really nothing holding it. PRVB. Actually, this is the one that I was looking to short. That's right. This appears to have shorts available at Interactive Brokers, but again, I'm a little too late. PRVB, I'm not sure I see, again, one of these ones. Just don't see any specific. Okay, I do see. Jumps 12% after providing regulatory update for teplizumab. So their drug. This one is getting kicked a little bit this morning. IONQ. Goldman has put out their little blurb about them saying, you know what, we think that 28 is fairly priced, which is basically the kiss of death. So right now, I mean, short term. So anyway, it's below 28 right now, but more importantly, look left. This is a really tough intraday trader, in my opinion. It can be extremely whippy, but again, it's weak because of what Goldman said. Ugh, I'm getting sick at looking at that ISBC. I cannot believe. Ooh, low float, low float. That's why I can do it. 3.2 million in the float. Wow. Now, Riven, at one point when I was looking at it, RIVN, was looking at it, it was really starting to sink. It was below 120. It's had a little bit of a pop because I had some negative news on Friday. RETO. I only bring this to your attention just in case it bounces, I guess. But look at this was of course, one of those ones on Thursday. Well, actually, all last week, Monday. I guess that's Wednesday, Thursday. I say Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I'll get it right. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And this is Friday's candle, though. The big sell-off, and continuing down. Something's happening in Chile. SQM. Some of the Chile stocks are starting to pop here. SQM, this is an all-time high. I don't see any specific news on it. There must be something happening. I do see Deutsche Bank maintaining coverage and a $73 buy target, so it's almost there. But there's another ENIC, another Chile stock. I think it's a bank. Maybe wrong. No, I'm wrong. So, but there's something's going on with Chile this morning. I saw a couple more. And in case you're wondering, Vonage. Boy, one of the early long distance. Vonage just got, or sorry, not Vonage. Okay, give me a moment. I've got the wrong symbol here. Vonage VG. Thank you. I'm sorry. I put that. Yeah, I had it down as VZ. Yeah, VG. Thank you very much. So VG is being bought by Ericsson. I think it's about a $6.2 billion deal. So Vonage is being bought by Ericsson. That's the reason for the big gap up. Always amazed. Look at this. I mean, look at the days preceding. In fact, I mean, there was real. I mean, maybe here people thought, okay, maybe. Is that earnings? Okay, that was, November 4th they had earnings. So a little bit of a pop-up on earnings, continuation, then kind of flat. And actually the last couple of days, giving it back up. No clue this was going to happen. All right, let me check a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. I'm actually surprised. There are a few upgrades and downgrades. I thought this week, being Thanksgiving week in the States, might be a little bit slow, but see a few upgrades for ALNY. I did see that. That was showing up on my scanner, ALNY. I think it's a little more expensive, but let's take a look at ALNY. See some upgrades for it. ALNY. What are you doing? Yeah, so I do see some upgrades. Yeah, I typically don't trade these. This is the price range, or way outside the price range I usually trade, but for those of you who don't mind, there it is, ALNY. Couple of upgrades. Goldman, in fact, Goldman is one of them. All right, just a couple more to go in terms of the downgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So we're in for, as we speak anyway, a positive open. I'm just looking at the SPY right now. Let's take a look at the sectors. Major sectors, see what's happening. I'm going to go to my dock channel bar, then I'm going to click on my sector status. And my guess is that energy is down. It's actually 50-50. Not quite 50-50. So these are the major sectors. You can see this gives you maybe a bit of a glimpse of what might happen for the day. So what this means, for instance, XLK, this is the major technology sector, ETF. These are the stocks that make it up. So what that 78% means, 78% of them are up from the close on Friday. That's what that number refers to. Look at the financials, 90%, healthcare 71%, consumer discretionary 89%, etc. So the weakest sector right now is energy. Only 42% of them are up. Okay, but again, you know, an hour into the market, a lot of this can change. But this gives you maybe a bit of a clue about what we can expect today. Just checking this one, SY, I think this is another oh, it's China stock, sorry. SY actually was halted in the pre-market for news, for extraordinary events, news and extraordinary events. I don't see any specific news on it though. I still don't see any specific news for SY. I'm just looking at my IB headlines. I'm looking here. I don't see any specific news on it. Now what it is? I wonder why it's not showing up. I do see CEI is up, yes. I wonder why I don't see that news at all. CEI with their keep printing. All right. Well, anyway, there's CEI, so it sort of gapped up, I guess, a little bit on that news. Yeah. So Vonage is a buyout. Real. Maybe you don't. Maybe you do know, but Vonage is a buyout by Ericsson. May fade still, but it is a buyout. I don't know what the price is. Let's take a look at AUPH. Now, we hardly have any stocks this week. Oops. Releasing earnings, so don't see anything. You know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for these stocks making lifetime lows on earnings, and I'm not seeing any right now. So we're going to have to wait till earnings season really starts again. Doesn't mean we can't take a look at stocks making lifetime lows, or a stock like this, AUPH, which announced the financing Friday afternoon, that if it wants to keep moving down, there is a lot of room still. But it's not as attractive to me as some of those ones we've seen over the last 2 to 3 weeks. These, especially the ones seem to be under $10. Of course, under $10, more prone to making lifetime lows, more likely to making a lifetime low. But we had so many good ones, percentage gains, stocks making lifetime lows on earnings. $21 a share. Okay, I just saw that 6.7 billion or something like that. So it's basically there. Is this a combination cash and stock, or is it all cash? And of course, the lawyers are coming out wondering, has Vonage obtained a fair price in its going private transaction with Ericsson? Yeah, so other than the ISPC, which could still keep running, even though it's up 123%, but there's, well, when you look at the chart, you think there's no resistance, and in theory there isn't, but you have to remember, this was, actually I'm wrong here. I guess this was not a SPAC. So this is an all-time high. Wow. Sorry, I thought this was a SPAC, but this is an all-time high. I mean, it looks like this was an IPO back here. If it was a very cheap one. Well, Ware, you're in a Trade Ideas. Yes, Dak, yes. You're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so obviously, I am going to be biased regarding Trade Ideas, but we do have a Black Friday special on right now. You can always try us out for a month. I think it'll cost you about $88, and if you didn't like it, then you just don't have to keep the subscription. But you can hang around the room, see what we do. Oh, you already left the room? Okay. Info at no, Dak, come on, Dak, you've been with us longer than me. Trade. Let me just type it in for you. Sorry, I'm still kind of waking up here. Yeah, there you go. TradeIdeas, yes.com. Pardon the caps here. Let me get my caps lock off. Yeah, info at trade-ideas.com. No. Caps do not have to be on. I just forgot to take my caps off. That's all. It doesn't make sense. Oh, it was the IPO was priced at $20, but it opened down here. Casa, that doesn't make sense. I mean, it says it's a lifetime high right now. It doesn't make sense. I'm not doubting you. I'm just saying it doesn't make sense. All right. Welcome to the metaverse. Okay, MTTR guys. MTTR is having a little bit of a pop here. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, thank you, Casa. Well, LITM is taking a bit of a hit here. I was thinking maybe, let me see what LAC is doing. The other well, there are two lithium plays that were pretty alive this morning. LAC and LTHM. A couple of lithium plays, maybe LITM. This was, of course, a big winner for some of us in the room on Friday. This was an amazing one. This was an IPO. I don't know why why this looks like this on the daily. It should be up here, but anyway. Thank you, William. Yes, 1 minute to the open. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week. And historically, Thanksgiving week, Mondays are usually pretty good for the market. Tuesdays a little more down. And actually Wednesdays and even the half day Friday are typically good days for the market. Good if you want the market to be going higher. That's that's historically, of course. NIU, I saw it, but I'm not sure why I didn't. It is an earnings play. Okay, this is an earnings play. Interesting. Kind of saw it, but I didn't really. Guys. Here's one that's just popping up here. AEVA. The high end. Now, typically, again, I don't trade the first 15 minutes. Kind of let things settle down. Boy, wow, ISBC. How strong is that? Now I see, there it's popping into my earnings scanner. Yeah, NIU. Fetch is taking a hit here. FTCH is taking a big hit here. I noticed it did have a downgrade this morning. I think it had earnings last week, right? FTCH. I think it had earnings last week. Yeah, on the 18th. So this was a reaction. It got up. It tried to. I remember this one now. It tried to crawl back. It almost got positive, and then it sold off. And now the sell-off kind of continues a little bit. And I did have a downgrade this morning. Nice move by the SPY to start off. Man, STNE continues to get slammed here. This was another earnings play last week, right here. The next 2 days, next day after that, down. Friday was, a little bit of a pause, but this is continuing down. Almost a lifetime low now for STNE. Okay, AUPH. Now the after hours low when they announced their financing, 2250. So it's still got some room there. Okay, we've got some runner. CNTB got hammered on Friday. Maybe a little bit of a bounce play for those of you looking for, stocks that were beaten up. This is a bit of a bounce play. Did not have obviously not great news on Friday on their drug, and it continued down all day, and it basically closed near the low. And ISBC is halted on the way down, yes. ZY is moving higher here. What are you doing? Where's the high on Thursday was 960, so it's right at that high. The next high is 10. I just don't think it's got enough room to keep moving. ASCR is still strong on their successful launch. Not a low float, 114 million in the float. The pre-market highs were way up here around 1380. Actually, I'm wrong. I guess we start getting our data at 7 in the morning, but I do see that it actually hit a high of 1550 at 4. STNE just continuing down here, guys. A little too early for me, unfortunately. Look at this, though. Wow. There's a bit of dollar move. Wow, ASTR. Well, I don't know where you shorted it, but this is really strong. It's on a low float either. 114 million in the float. DOCN. Let's take a look at Reels DOCN. A little expensive for me, but I can see what you're looking at. AEVA, excuse me, AEVA was moving just as I was opening the room. AEVA, look at this thing move. 91 million in the, don't see any, again, don't see, okay, here we go. Traders circulate a note. This is something to do with Apple. I think this happened on Friday also. So this is what we're talking about. Investors are speculating the company has an Apple car relationship since the founders came from Apple's, etc., etc. Okay, rumor. The winner of the Zeds, ZH. We've got ZH, and we've got the other one, ZY. Again, it is early. Yeah, okay, there is really, I don't believe this. I think it's probably more like 1036, 1037, though IB is showing 612, 1037. That's not going to happen. I'm talking about the projected opens when this starts trading again, ISPC. And there we go. Yeah, so let's see if 10 holds. Look at Fetch, guys. Fetch is just, I mentioned this one earlier, FTCH. Just getting slammed here. Look at that big red candle. The low on Friday was, let's see, it looks like around 36.41 or so. It's got about $1 till that low. Well, guess what, guys? 10 held. ISPC, 10 held easily. So now, and it just got halted again on the way up. ISPC just got halted again on the way up. So this is definitely our crazy one of the day with 3.2 million in the float. Give me one moment, please. All right, let's take a look at ISBC and where it could open. I have 1136, 1136, and this is what I'm talking about. Here's a halt, 1144. You know, kind of trying to give a bit of a clue where it might open. Again, these are usually 5-minute halts. So if that's the case, it'll be opening at 9:44 plus 14 seconds. That's from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. Morning, Ija. Sorry. So you just popped into YouTube. Yeah, there's no volume. Yeah, FRG. No volume yet. All right, guys, I guess I have to talk about them, but look at GME, had a great day on Friday and continuing now. Great day on Friday, closed very strongly and is continuing. And there's GME. I know a lot of you are, or some of you are watching that one, so I don't see any real news on it. You know, again, if you believe the story. And AMC is also moving pretty smartly. Also doing exactly what it, the original meme stocks, GME and AMC. All right, we're almost into that first 15 minutes. Again, I typically don't trade in the first 15. Just gonna let things settle down a little bit. I'll miss the early morning runners. I get it, but that's what I'm prepared to do. Ooh, KMDA actually is an earnings play. And when you look at the headlines, reports a Q3 loss, lags revenue estimates. They must be guiding unbelievably strongly for this to be moving higher. I mean, look at the headline for it. Okay, reports Q3 loss, lags revenue estimates, etc., etc. So why not? Let's go up 12%. Another Israeli stock. There must be more to it than that. All right, guys, there is the AUPH giving it up. Look at this. This was my number one watch pre-market. And ISPC opened and strongly opened. Wow, look at the trading. It's amazing. I'm just watching time and sales is just, full, huge amount of activity, obviously. Look at the volume, 24 million, 3.2 in the float. So this is, traded the float already 7.4 times. Keep an eye on, I mean, listen, the longer this holds 12, I mean, what did it get up to? 1287, almost 13. Lifetime high, of course, nothing's stopping it. CB, hello. Okay, so PRVB, it's actually not doing badly. I mean, it got up to 780 in the pre-market, came all the way back down to 680, so about $1 drop. Did have some news, positive data, providing regulatory update for their drug. Obviously, whatever they're providing, the market is, yeah, it's kind of liking it. This is one that I was looking to short, actually. I do have shorts available. Lots of shorts, 5.2 million available at Interactive Brokers. Still kind of strong though, but I will be looking maybe to short this. I can't tell other than just seeing providing regulatory update. A positive regulatory update for its type 1 diabetes treatment. I can't tell what phase that is though, so I'm always doubtful. Okay, so who asked that question? CB. So I'm sharing some scans. One of the scans you might be interested in. Let me just go to my home page. If you click on my home page, and when you do that, homepage link, go to the scan section. Okay, right here. And these are daily, 10-day daily breakdown has been giving us some interesting short ideas. You can also even look at momentum down. So those two, I might give you some ideas, short ideas, okay? Look at the market, guys. What a nice move here. Look at that first green. Well, actually the second one. Here's a big green candle forming on the SPY. Okay, so there is a lot of whippiness in this ISPAC. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert around 12:30 and see if it takes it out later on. And this one got halted, volatility halt, PLIN, another China stock. However, look at it, it's coming right into potential resistance on that daily chart. All right, Riven, RIVN, and Lucid. A couple of pops here, guys. They're both still down for the day. Riven, where's Riven right now? RIVN is still down for the day, of course. For those of you who follow Sava, look at Sava, SAVA. Of course, it's been a wild one to trade. Little move here. The high on Friday was 55.82, so it's pretty close to that high on Friday. Takes that out. I mean, could still have a run. I'm gonna stick an alert at there, see what happens. put an alert around 56. See if it takes that out. Okay, AEVA, again, piggybacking on Apple car news. Might struggle to get through 10 though. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Boy, it got all the way down there, IONQ. Yeah, so Goldman said, their little press release, on their release about it, they said, you know what, we think that 28 is fair value, which is really the kiss of death because it's sitting at 28. So if Goldman's saying, well, we think 28 is fair, why is it going to go pop up? I'm not saying Goldman is the be-all and the end-all, but many times they are, at least short-term. Now it's below fair value, exactly. All right, this PRVB, again, it's positive data. Okay, so positive data, so it got as high as 781 in the pre-market. Look at the monthly chart. 935 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. And that probably, yeah, so this has got some room still. I mean, it's got the pre-market high to contend with. But on the weekly chart and the monthly chart, it still has room to run if it wants to. It's not a crazy low float. I couldn't tell. It just it just said type 1 diabetes drug. I couldn't, well, let me see if I can. Actually, it is phase 3. It looks like this is phase 3 right here, sorry. Phase 3 trial in newly diagnosed type 1 diabetes. So it is phase 3. So, has a little more oomph to it than just a phase 1, obviously a phase 1 or phase 2. ISPC right back up, guys. Sorry, a little rack. Wow, look at Lucid. LCID. Wow, I didn't take it. I did not take it. Okay, so I didn't even notice here, but we do have one coming into the option scanner. But the next high looking left is 20, am I right? Is 2089, and then there is 21 to contend with. So I'm not in love with it. To me, there just looks like there could be too much resistance, not that far away. Just trying to see, do they have any news? Okay, so it is an earnings play, though. It is an earnings play, so the news, it'll be active all day. I guess there's a argument to be made that if it can take out this high right here, it might keep going. It looks a lot better on a monthly chart. The high is 24.52, and on the weekly chart, 22.61, I think. So, I mean, it's got some room. I just wish this weren't here on the daily chart. LGVN, did this pop up? Yes, okay, this is what a crazy one. So LGVN, still down for the day, but it did pop up and it's now halted because of volatility. I mean, look at this little run it had after hours even. Got up to what, 1188 after hours on Friday? Look at the SPY, guys. What a move. Again, historically, Mondays are Thanksgiving week, usually very good. Tuesday, not as good. And then Wednesday and even a half day Friday are usually historically pretty good. You can say, well, obviously today, as we speak, unless something really causes this market to drop, this is going to be a very positive day. Here's silver play, PAAS. Well, this was my number one look. I didn't take it, I'm just pointing it out. This was my number one look in the pre-market. It just went down too quickly for me to. But look at the room it's still got, AUPH, almost there. I mean, it's almost there. Okay, guys, on the weekend, I created something I called it's kind of a pullback scanner, okay? I know a lot of you like to play these, so I'll pass this on. You can take a look at it. Of course, you can adjust, price ranges and volume and anything else, but the concept is that a stock has to be up still at least 3%. I mean, when we got the alert it was, but it is pulled back and then it's making a new high. A 5-minute high, or it is running up. Okay, so it's running up or a 5-minute high. I can pass this on to you guys if you want it. And again, yeah, you can adjust, my values. Again, you might have a different price range in mind and all, but the concept is that a stock is still strong, but it is pulled back, and now it is either running up. And I didn't even put anything in the running up in terms of because you can add, running up. Now you can have it say, okay, but it's going to be running up at least 10 cents or 5 cents or 20 cents. Depends on the price range that you're looking at, or just making a new 5-minute high. Okay, so in other words, it's pulled back, but now it's trying to recover somewhat. So Gary, I put it in the off topic, okay? There's the link. I'm sorry, did I put that? No, I'm sorry, I just above you, okay, pullback scanner. Okay, there it is. Well, what do I know? Look at AVYA, guys. So from my option scanner, I don't think it's going to be too active today, but look at this one, 2060, 2148. You know, I talk myself out of taking the trade, and that'll happen. It is not on my list, no, Mark. It's something I just sort of threw together on the weekend. But I put the link in above you, if you can see. Here is the link again. Wow. Now it's still got move. It's still got room, guys. I mean, there's the high right there, 2146. So it's above that high. And now when you look left on the monthly and you look left on the weekly, I mean, it's still got room. I'm not saying it's going to keep moving higher, but at least when you look at the chart, there's no chart resistance. Yeah, obviously the reaction is awesome. I mean, to its earnings release pre-market. I didn't really, I saw it, but I don't know why. It wasn't, I think it's because I saw this resistance up here and I thought, okay, well, how much further can it really go? Well, now we know. So this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt now. Look at the market. LGVN got halted at 9:53 plus 49 seconds. So typically they are 5-minute halts, but this is going to be at least a 10. I'll do the countdown. The countdown would be at 10:53 plus 49 seconds. So if it's going to be a 10-minute halt, it'll open within a minute. That's what we're talking about. 9:53 plus 49. Typically, again, they are 5-minute halts. But this is, if it's not a 5, typically then there are multiples of 5. Next one is 10. And yeah, it looks like it's going to be a positive open. Look at that, 10:03, 10:03. Got halted at 9:43. And let's see, it's going to be within 20 seconds if it's a 10-minute halt. All right, well, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, open. Yes, so just opened. There it is. Wow, 10:34. So it popped up to 10:34. This has been just a wild one. Man, oh man. I guess I just should have taken this one and said to heck with waiting, 5 or 10 minutes. AUPH, so it's getting down to these levels right here. Just getting hammered on that financing news. Happened after hours on Friday. You can see right there was a reaction. And it's just continuing to move down. I know this had all sorts of rumors about maybe a merger or a buyout. I can't remember who by. I know there was some excitement here. So here we go. Mr. I don't know how to pronounce his name, so I'm going to say Feuerstein. Well, you guys know, a big bio, follows the bios, writes a lot about bios. He's well followed. So didn't just file the mixed shelf, also entered into $250 million at the market stock sale agreement with Cantor Fitzgerald. The buyout speculation looks well past its expiration date. Kiss of death. I want to say Feuerstein. Oh, I have been frequenting a Best Buy quite a bit. Actually, November 23rd pre-market, so ahead of earnings. Ahead of earnings. Market is saying we think they're going to be great. I love Best Buy. All-time high. I mean, guys, Best Buy and all, I remember. I mean, Best Buy was dead. Best Buy was going to sink. Nobody was going to. But I guess their online business, obviously. But I love going into their stores. Look at this. Can be. I know what you mean, Real. Okay, this one was super active. Look at this one, an all-time high now. USIO. This was very active on Friday, and so 819. So there, yeah. So it's an all-time high now. USIO. I know nothing about them. Payment solutions, etc. Okay. USIO. That's probably a low float. Yes, 17.8 million in the float. Now I feel foolish about not holding on to my Lucid Swing, LCID swing. Still time for me. John, no comment. Well, Lucid is just on my. I've got that thumbnailed, Hugo. Okay, so I've just got that thumbnailed over here, so I'm always aware of what it's doing. But it also was in the pre-market. It was also moving in the pre-market. I think I put it up here. Not sure if I did. No, I guess I didn't. But it was also moving in the pre-market. As far as USIO is concerned, that is just from the channel bar. If you click on the channel bar, what time is it right now? 10:09. I usually go into this a little more detail in about 15 minutes. But if you click on the channel bar, click on new, and then the dock channel bar, and then click on momentum channel, my guess is USIO is going to show up right here. If I did a history, I know it would, but that is where it's showing up. There you go. Okay. So you can have this. I go into this a little more detail in about 15 minutes, how you can take a scan out of one of the channels and have it as part of your layout. So I do have that on another monitor. I'm afraid to look. Okay, nuts. I thought it was going to be at 20 now. Nothing really shaken out of the AI today, not that I can see. I mean, we have a couple of alerts, but nothing fabulous. So this is an example of the scan that I put in, the pullbacks, okay? You see the stock is obviously up over 3%. That was one of the criteria. Volume is still good. So it's looking for stocks that have pulled back over the last 30 minutes, a certain percentage, and then maybe are ready to resume an upward trend. That's what that biggest pullback on winners is looking for. All right, do not lose sight of the ISPC here. This is really, I mean, if it takes out this, 1150, 1160 mark, this could have another run in it. Have some bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. Do have some topping tails, though, too. So, there's a little indecision. But the bottoming tails, at one point, the sellers knocked it down here to about just under 10. Buyers closed it here. Next time, they knocked it down to 1045. Buyers closed it up here. Again, down to 10. Buyers are still somewhat in control. There's really nothing holding it back. It's not obviously this is the all-time high, but it's looking left to see where the, previous day, where the all-time high was. And it's such a low float. Yeah, you got to be careful, because of this float, ISPC, because of the float, you've got to be really, really careful, all right? 3.2 million, that's a very, very low float. So yes, it can pop up, but it can just crash also. So when I say be careful, my advice would be not take too many shares because you might have a stop. Your stop is going to have to be fairly wide. Wow, it is still whippy. My goodness, that whipped up to 1170 or so, and then it came right back down. ISPC, what did it get up to? In fact, it almost hit 12, and then it came right back down. That's what I'm saying, guys. I almost was going to take it, but then it just absolutely gave it up just like that. So well, they're topping tails and they're bottoming tails. That's what I was saying. There's, a little bit too much indecision. But I'm going to try not to lose sight of it because, with that float, anything can happen. So again, I'm going to stick an alert around 11:59, see if it takes it out again. There we go, guys. I'm just, I actually made an adjustment to the, I got rid of the running up, okay? If you're gonna use that biggest pullback on winners, I would probably put at least some kind of a minimum of 10 or 15 cents, depending again on the price range you're looking at. Oh yeah, I mean, it's up a huge amount, but as we all know, these things can just keep running and running and running because of the float, the ISPC. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm still upset with myself for not taking it in the pre-market, so I just don't want to completely lose sight of it. And it's not shortable for me, I don't think, at Interactive Brokers. No, so there's no downward pressure on from the IB side anyway. So I don't know how. I think Zach was saying that the cost of borrow was pretty tough for ISPC. One moment, please. All right, let's take a look at AOSL. Again, out of the price range I normally look at, but let's take a look at it, what Real is saying. Okay, so this is a, all-time high now. AOSL, all-time high. So what he's talking about is potentially shorting it at 48.89, or he wants to know when it hits 48.89, which is, I guess, the low of that 15-minute candle, approximately. Good enough for Real, good enough for me. Meanwhile, yes, USIO, another new high here. This is now, another new high, and it took out that high, so a lifetime high. All right, guys, wow, 10:20 already. So if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Of course, this week, a little bit truncated. Markets, U.S. markets are closed on Thursday for U.S. Thanksgiving, and half a day on Friday. I will open the room on Friday, obviously only till 12 or 1 o'clock Eastern Time, though. And before I keep going, we do have our Black Friday promotion on right now. All right, I just put my homepage link in to the main room. It's always available right here. I have a homepage tab also. Okay, and when you click on my homepage tab, this is the link you'll see. So I'm going to click on my link. And here is the promo code to use, BLACK25 for 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. Then you click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. So we have an annual and a monthly for premium and standard. Oh boy, look at PRVB, guys. So the 25%, you can get 25% off our premium or our standard, okay? I think it works out to about $4 a day here, and maybe a little over $2 a day here. The big difference is the AI. We'll go over the AI in a bit. But here's my recommendation. If you do not know trade ideas at all, you're just kind of in this room for the first time, or you're thinking about looking at taking a subscription, Do not take out an annual. You can always start off with a monthly. You can 118, 228. That 25% discount can be applied to the first month only. So if you do maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. However, if within 30 days, say you take out a standard monthly, less than 25%, and if within 30 days you decide, oh, I love this program, but I want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25% promo code. Now the promo code should be, well not should be, definitely will be good until Sunday, this coming Sunday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. All right? So again, do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want this program. You know, there's no point. Just take out a standard or a premium. You can apply the 25%, and then within 30 days, you want to upgrade, great. But it will give you at least 30 days to try us out to see if you really do want the program. I'm not trying to downsell or anything, but I mean, you know, you got to know you like the program. Now, on my homepage, 3 free sections. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all of the education that we have. Most of it is geared towards trade ideas. You know, we've got a very comprehensive user guide. We have the introductory lessons, which go over things like top lists, what are they, creating them, alert windows, what are they, creating them. Just take a look at them. All the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, and Brokerage Plus. Okay, so these are all of the basic features easily explained, quickly explained. Daily support session. So today is Monday. So today should be Sean in our YouTube room. I take a break. At around noon. So Sean takes over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And I'll put the link in before I do take my break. Daily webinar. So we only have the webinar this week, Monday. The Wednesday one is canceled. You can sign up for them all here. They are Monday to Thursday, but we are on a rotation basis. So one week it's Monday and Thursday. Monday and Wednesday. The next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. So this week it is the Monday, Wednesday, but the Wednesday one is canceled. But you can sign up for them all here. Back to basics. So if you're new to trading or looking for a nice refresher, this is a great little video series, okay? It is free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put it together. So there are a lot of information on my homepage, including my scans. If you want my scans, this is a sample layout, okay? It doesn't look quite like what you see, but it's a sample layout. But I also have a lot of individual scans that I've created. So for instance, if you want that daily breakout and breakdowns, here they are, right there. My favorite scan of all time is the moving higher with unusually strong options. Only giving the one alert so far today, but it was a great one. These are the 4 scans that I use in the pre-market. Gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market to kind of get me set for what might happen once the market opens. So again, I'm sharing a lot of scans, and the education section, chock full of information. So save my link. You don't have to look at it while while you're in the trading room. You can always just save my link and then look at these whenever you want. Okay, so this is the link to the pullback scanner that I did create. Okay. Wow, look at GameStop. I got to admit, I mean, this is, there's no news. It's just the memers have got a hold of this one again for GME. They've got a hold of it again. Very, very strong. Well, you can copy a layout. You just won't have these in, but you can copy these individual scans. There's the ISPC. Just give me a moment, please. Give me a moment. Just give me a moment. What a game. Okay, guys, VG just showed up my option scanner. Forget about it. That's a buyout. Just give me a moment, guys. You probably know what I'm concentrating on right now, the ISPC. So. I'm just concentrating in the ISPC. I'm just going to put myself on mute for a second here. I've been doing stuff with the ISPC. I just have to really keep an eye on it. And you'll hear me say something if it hits a certain price. $10 SMA on a weekly time frame. Yeah, I don't have anything like that, but let me just see. I don't think there is a way to do it. There's our SMA. Don't think there's a way to do it. Yeah, there's no way to do it, not on an alert basis. Yeah, just checking here. Yeah, there's no way to do it. Okay, guys. Well, as I'm paying attention to something else, first of all, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. What we do, we scan the U.S. stock market. It doesn't matter who your broker is, doesn't matter where you live in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. Well, I have been trading it, John. Okay, I mean, listen, if it gets over 12, I'll be extremely happy. But I've been trading it. Okay, that's why I had to put myself on mute. My original alert was down here at 11:50 or so. But if it gets over 12. I'm out of it now. I'm completely out of it now. I was trading it, got up to 1180 something, I guess. That's why I was obviously distracted, because that thing could sink like a stone also. So my new alert now to get back in is probably around 12. Well, I'm not in it anymore, no. But if it takes out 12 with a big lot of volume, that probably gets me right back in it. Chris, what are we trying to do? We are trying to make some money on ISPC. I'm totally distracted here. It's holding 1160 level, not badly. Again, I've traded out of this, okay? I think I made about 25, 28 cents on it, but obviously looking for more if it takes out 12. Meanwhile, look at that Avaya. It's not Avaya, but it's AVYA. Still super strong. I know it had the pullback, but man, what an alert. 2060, 2182 from my option scanner. Okay, well, I'm going to try to welcome people to the room, tell people what the scanner's all about, with one eye still on that ISPC. I'm not in it right now, but I'll be very interested if it takes out 12 with a lot of volume. That is not a recommendation for you to do the same thing, because it's very low float. Anyway, we're a scanner. We scan the U.S. stock markets. That is what Trade Ideas does. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. This is it. Now, if you want to build your own scans, this is an example of a scan. I call it 10-day daily breakout. Okay, if I right-click and click on configure, again, you want to build your own scans. And here's what I'm looking for in this particular scan. So, and you can have this one, and of course you can make an adjustment if you wanted a different price range. I mean, I've got between 2 and 35. If you wanted a different price range, of course you can make a change. And these are the other filters that I have. So if these filter requirements or criteria are satisfied and the stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks here. And on the downside, this is just the flip of this one. Stocks making new lows and are below the 20-day or the 10-day range, etc. Okay? So if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. And what we've done is, instead of, look at the ISPC. That's why you cannot take your eye off it if you're in the trade. That's why I decided to. It looked like it was really struggling to get through 12. So if you want to make your own scans, here's the good news. You do not have to learn a programming language. We have a lot of alerts. These icons here, these are the alerts. And when you come to these icons, these are the filters. So we feel we have enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our thousands of customers, you can combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for, okay? Now, please listen closely. You don't have to learn all the alerts and filters. The reason why we have so many, again, we have thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles. So again, we feel that, we've got enough of them that for the majority of our customers, you can combine them to give the type of scan you're looking for, but you don't have to learn them all. We also, if you click, and of course, I'm sharing my scans. So if you don't want to build your own scans to start off with, or ever, I'm sharing a lot of my scans. Go to my home page to the scan section. Also, if you click on new from our toolbar, and then click on dock channel bar, and then these are all theme-based channels. So for instance, here's a momentum channel. So here's an alert window that we created that is giving us real-time alerts if these filter requirements are satisfied. So again, if you like the idea of this one, again, you can change the price range or a minimum volume if you want, but if you like the idea right now, and you think, yeah, I'd like to take a look at it, and in fact, not only take a look at it, I'd like to have it as part of my layout, all you have to do is just save this to the cloud. Okay, save the window to the cloud. So all I'm trying to do right now is showing you the concept of going into the different channels, taking a look at maybe a scan that makes sense to you that you might like. The action is heating up right now. Maybe that's another one. You save it to the cloud. So you go through the different channels, extracting scans that we have created, saving them to the cloud. And if you've done that, then from our toolbar, you click on File, Load from Cloud. And if you've done that, then you'll see them right at the top. Highlight, load, and thereby creating your own layout without really having to trade or create a scan from scratch. So we try to make it really, really easy for you. And at a certain point, you might want to create your own scans, but we've created a lot of scans. Maybe you'll never want to create your own scans. You'll just take ours. Here's another one that's just moving here. RELI, the Reliance Group. Wow, I used to see this one quite a bit. Yeah, when this one got way up to 84, I'm sure it did reverse. Yeah, it did some reverse splits. Only way that can be 1 million in the float. But today, I haven't seen this one for a long time. Whatever reason, Reliance Global promotes Jonathan Fortman to Vice President of Acquisition. So whoever he is, I guess he's got some kind of a name, a recognizable name. So investors or traders are hopping on this one because of that news. A very low float. Again, it's traded the float already. Okay, let me talk a little bit about the AI, which we nickname Holly. Not having a great day today, but the day's early and you can use it like a watch list. Follow these all day long. So if you have the AI, this is what I would do. And you need our premium service to have the AI. Make it really simple. Click on New from our toolbar, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this is the window that you'll see. I have attached it to some of the earnings plays, but don't worry about this. This is the window that you'll see. Basically, just wait for the alerts to happen. The earliest an alert will happen will be 9:35. You see the earliest one was at 9:36. And you just wait for the alerts to happen. You have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the penny. You can click on the alert and see how it's trading. Maybe check to see what sort of resistance there is on the higher time frames. And you have a stop. And again, how you trade it will be up to you. There's no right or wrong way. There's no video that shows you, okay, you got an alert for PRVB at 737. What should I do? There's no video that's going to show you. You need some trading experience. The ones I like from the AI are the ones that are under $20. That's just a personal preference, just because, you know, they can give us the biggest bang for the buck, but that's not everybody. And this, you know, PRVB had some news, obviously very active, 2.9 million have traded. That's 36 times normal. So, you know, using it like a watch list, maybe later on it takes that out again. Boy, I mentioned Fetch. Oh, I mentioned Fetch way earlier. Look at Fetch. Look it's just been absolutely creamed here. Had earnings on Friday. Tried to recover actually. And look at this topping tail. Almost got back to the close of Thursday. And then the sellers knocked it down. And the sellers are just continuing to knock it down. FTCH. All right, let me talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. This big blue window, it's called Brokerage Plus. Only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you are using our web-based version, it is not available. I'm going to pop a link to 2 videos. Okay, so I caught the Brokerage Plus. So if you click on this link, there are 2 videos. There's a short video, shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, okay, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. You know, it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. I mean, we're a scanner. That's what we do. Okay, but this is a feature that we have, an option. Even if you have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you have to use this, but it's a nice feature. So, you know, take advantage of it if you want to, if you have an IB or E-Trade account. The second video, it's a lot longer, goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this. Now, how I like to demonstrate it though, is as a simulator, paper trader. If you're new to trading, before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. Doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. Okay, and I'm going to demonstrate a couple of ways you can use it. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you wanted to take this AVYA, which has been just an awesome alert from my option scanner. I did not take it, even though it was awesome. But anyway, let's say you wanted to take this trade, but you don't want to take it right now. You want to take it if it pulled back to a certain price level. So what I'm going to show you right now is the mechanics of how you would do that. So let's just say you wanted to take AVYA, but only if it pulled back to, say, the bottom of that 5-minute candle, which is about 2160 or so. So you would pick how many shares. Let's do 300 shares. I'm going to put 2160 in both of these boxes, in both the price box and the stop box. I'm going to click the big buy button, and look what happens. We get a big blue line, dark blue line on the chart. Right there, okay? So you see it says 2160. So if AVYA moves back down to 2160, it'll take the trade. That's how you can practice, say, a pullback trade. A lot of people love to do that. You know, I'm way more of a momentum trader. I like to see things at near the high of the day or the low of the day. But, you know, that's not everybody's style of trading. So I know a lot of people like to take trades on pullbacks. So that is the mechanics of how you would do it. You would pick the price you want to get in at, and both put it in the price and the stop box. Click the buy button, and that's what you'll see. Now, if you don't want to take the trade, for some reason, maybe the market is just tanking, you don't like the way it's trading, you can always go to the orders, right click, and cancel it. I'm going to leave it in there and see what happens. Now, what I'm going to demonstrate now, though, is a whole concept of money management. So let's pick one that might be interesting. Yeah, all I'm trying to do is find one that maybe you'd want to get into with a stop. Just give me a moment here, see if I can find one that could be interesting. All right, let's just take a look at this one. Again, I'm not saying I would take this trade, all right? But all I'm saying is that if you were going to take this trade right here at LGVN, unfortunately, not every trade is going to work. You have to have, in my opinion, the way I trade, I always have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if I don't feel it's working. So how do I determine that price that we call a stop? Typically, I look at a chart and I try to size up where I think there's some support. If it broke down through that support area, I want to be out of the trade. Or some might take the low of the previous 5-minute candle, or maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle, or maybe a moving average. How you are going to determine, your stops will be up to you. That's why practice, okay? That is probably the most difficult part of it, where to know where to place your stop. But this is a little too whippy. I should try to find one that's not quite so whippy. Unfortunately, I can't seem to find one right now. You know what? Let me take this trade, this AVYA trade. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel the order to buy it on that pullback. See it? So the line disappeared. Yeah, the spread isn't great. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just trying to find something that's kind of near the high. All right, okay, this is just for demonstration purposes, okay? Let's just say I wanted to take this trade, this BTRS. Don't know anything about this, but I'm just for demonstration purposes. I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market because the spread's only a couple of pennies, so that's not a big deal. So there was my entry price, okay? Now, before I would take any trade, I know where my stop is, and I will explain that. I'm going to put the stop 20 cents away just to make the math easy. If I were truly taking this, my stop would probably be a dime away, right around that 891. Looking at the 2-minute chart, usually I look at a 5, but anyway, this is just to make the math easy. Notice there's a red line on the chart now that says minus 97, which is very close to $100. So when you get into trading, again, if you have a $5,000 account, I would hope you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I'm always demonstrating a risk of $100 every trade. Okay? What that means is if the trade works against me, the most I want to lose is $100 on this trade. So again, the whole idea though is where am I going to place my stop? That is where trading experience, practice trading, where you're going to place a stop. So in this case, I put the stop 20 cents away just to make the math easy. Because the other aspect is that I don't take the same number of shares every trade. The number of shares I take will be dictated by the difference between my entry price and my stop price. I wanted to make the math easy in this case, so that difference is 20 cents. So when I divide 20 cents into the $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade, I get 500 shares. That's why I took 500, again, for demonstration purposes. Conversely, if I get stopped out at that 881, 500 shares times 20 cents equals approximately $100. Now the other aspect, I should always lead off with this. I always look for reasons not to take a trade. Unless all the reasons for taking a trade for me can be satisfied, I don't take the trade. Now, most of the reasons are already satisfied in the scans that I've got. In other words, I know it's always going to be in a price range where I'm comfortable. I know it's going to have at least the minimum volume I'm comfortable. It's going to have a relative volume that I'm comfortable. So, a lot of the things that I would normally check are already checked because of the scans. The values that I'm using in my scans. So the next thing I'm always doing when I click on the alert, I'm looking left to see what sort of room it has on a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart. And when I say room, before I see the next high, and that's just the way I trade, okay? It doesn't have to be the way you trade. But unless I can check everything, I won't take the trade. So I'm always looking for reasons not to take a trade. I mean, that's what kind of messed me up on the AVYA trade. I talked myself out of it because I thought, maybe that resistance is too close. In this particular case, it didn't matter. It's going to happen. So let's just say I can check everything and everything looks awesome. I take the trade, but guess what? Even the best looking trade, it's got great news, had earnings, people are talking about it. The setup looked good. The setup looked good, from a charts perspective. It had room, etc. But guess what? Even the best looking setups don't work sometimes. So that's why, I always have a stop. I'm going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. If I get out of the trade when it's not working, I can always get back in later on. Commissions are so cheap now. They're either free at E-Trade, but even if you have to pay half a cent a share at IB, commissions are so cheap. Okay, real, there it is. I'm sure you've got this thumbnail or on your price alert. You were mentioning 48.89. There it is for AOSL. I know you were looking to short this one in this area. But again, even if the best setups, sometimes they don't work, you get out of the trade, but maybe they set up later on. For all the reasons why you got into the trade the first time, maybe it sets up again later on. You just say to yourself, well, maybe I was just a little bit early. Yeah, you just go to the execution, you just go to the orders, right click, and if you have it in there, just cancel the order. Okay, Martin? And then the other aspect is, and it's hard sometimes, it's really, really hard sometimes to obey your stop. For all the reasons why I said you got into the trade, and it looked awesome, and you just can't believe it's not working. Sometimes it's really, really hard to obey your stop. Even if you're, especially if you're a new trader, but even if you're not new to trading. But especially if you're a new trader, if the trade starts to work its way down to your stop price, you start second guessing where you put your stop. You start thinking, well, man, this is such a great setup. How can it not work? And so you start disobeying your stop. So now, instead of that $100 manageable loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally obey. Well, you haven't obeyed your stop, but you finally give up and you sell for a far bigger loss than you should have taken. Now, one of the worst things that can happen is that you don't obey your stop and it starts moving down. Now you're down $200, $300, but then it pops right back up, and then all of a sudden it starts making you money. And you start saying to yourself, wow, I'm so glad I didn't obey your stop. That's going to happen. Of course it's going to happen. All right? But I'm just telling you, from my experience, many years of trading, I always obey my stop. I can always get back into the trade, if it sets up again. You just go to the order section, okay? In B+, just go to the order section. You'll see the order sitting there. Oh, if you're in the trade already, now are you talking about canceling a trade, like a sort of a conditional trade? Sort of like I had here on one of them, saying I'll take it if it goes down to a certain level. Is that what you mean? Or are you talking about getting out of a trade once you're in it? If that's what you're talking about, a couple of ways to do it. You can flatten the trade. You just highlight it. You flatten it. That'll get you out of the trade. or you can click the sell button and you can pick how many shares you want to get out of. If you don't want to get out of the entire trade, but these are hotkeys. So if you're in so you have to tell me a little more information. Are you talking about getting out of a trade you're currently in, or if you put in a conditional buy order that you don't want anymore? Which one is it, Martin? Okay, so you want to. So, okay, you want to cancel it. Okay, so you just go to the order section and you would see it here. So, for instance, if I NVZ, let's say I wanted to take it if it popped above 783. Just go to the reverse, all right? So if I picked, I'll pick 400 shares. If it goes up to 783, I'll type that into both the price and the stop box. Click the buy button. You'll see a blue line. It will appear on the chart. Okay, so there it is. But if I don't want to do it now, later on, I think, don't like the way it's setting up. Again, I just go to the orders section, go to your orders tab. You see it right up here. I just highlight it, and then I right click and cancel the order. Okay? It's having a nice little pop here is AUR, which was a great trade for some of us anyway on Friday. Look at what it did. Again, this is EV play. Autonomous vehicles. So it's still down for the day, but trying to recover somewhat. So I've had a very, very quiet day for me personally. All I've done is an ISPC, kind of a bit of a scalp. It was a little bit nerve-wracking. And so far, that's all I've done today. How is the trade of the week doing? Whoa, holy smokes, not good. Okay, that must be the wrong price. You're saying 3120 average PUBM? There must be something else, right, William? 3820, thank you. I thought, because I know the trigger was 4030. I know it did hit that in the pre-market, but I'd always wait for the market to open. I guess in theory it did. So this is how you trade it will be up to you. I would never take anything the first 15 anyway, but that's up to me. Boy, look at Riven, guys. I think I just, even though Lucid, is not part of Riven, but look at Riven just getting hammered. It came up with that very negative article, whether it's, I can't tell. Need to see if we can find something. Whoa, well, this is true. Well, that's big news. Look at this. I mean, I didn't see this. Down 4% after Ford cancels joint EV model plans. I mean, that's a legitimate headline, guys. But later on, so they're trying desperately to salvage something in a press release, because now later on, after that hit, Rivian could land a big electric vehicle order from RV platform Outdoorsy. Don't know them at all, but that's pretty damaging news. I mean, here it is again, kind of written in a different way. Outdoorsy is in talks with Rivian Ford for EV order. But just the fact that, Ford... So this actually happened last week. So this is just, I guess this is this was the reason on Friday, but this is I didn't see this. I didn't see this. I did not see Ford dropping them last week. I did not see that. So even though Lucid, really has no official tie-in with RIVN, I just think it's being hurt because of it. I don't see any specific news on it. Yeah, the EVs are. I'm looking at GTEC. That was a big flyer, of course, on Thursday and Friday. GTEC. Well, on Friday. So Real was talking about this one under 1080 or 4889. So far so good. And this one, as I'm talking about AOSL. Meanwhile, let's see. Okay, so the market topped out here and a bit of a fade. Nothing dramatic, but a bit of a fade. Yeah, that's tough for Rivian right now anyway to shake that headline regarding Ford. Now, just a word about my stops also. If I don't like the way it's trading, okay, so my stops are already the worst case scenario for me. Okay, this is the in the simulator. This is the worst I want to do in a trade. But if I see something and I see it starting to drift down, I can always get out of the trade before it actually hits my stop if I just don't like the way it's trading. So this is kind of what I call my worst case scenario. That share sizes me, etc. Now the other thing is you can practice swing trading using our simulator. If you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading also using our simulator. All right, don't look now, but ISPC is now back over 11. I'm not going to lose sight of this one. Out of nowhere, you get some volume coming in. Out of nowhere, this can really jump again. Not easy, though. This was not easy. This was a bit of a nerve-wracker for me. That's why I put myself on mute, just in case I said something. Most of the things that I have thumbnailed are all moving down. Okay, there's the market. Putting in, there's what time is it now? 11:07. So there's 8 minutes for this candle to close, approximately 8.5 minutes for this candle to close, but starting to give a little bit of a fade in the market. No, I didn't have to, Becca. It didn't give me the utter collapse, which may have elicited a bit of a bad word. All right, guys. So my scanner has dried up. Not getting any new alerts. Actually, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, this NBEV, I know it came from my option scanner. Very cheap. Probably too much resistance. I mean, I'm just looking at the daily chart. Too much resistance between here and, $1.40, $1.50. All right, TMST. Let's take a look at TMST. Thank you, Real. Let me see what it looks like. Okay, so you're looking at potential short in this area. Looks like there's a lot of support around 680, 685 or 685 or so on that 5-minute chart. Chris, yes. Just not getting too many alerts right now. Again, I created this one over the weekend. I know some of you like to play pullback. The reason I don't love these is because I always look at this intraday resistance. So I know a stock has pulled back. Yes, it's still strong. It's up 9%, and it's making a move. I always think that it's going to, well, I suppose it depends on where the high is, how far away it is. But I did create this, biggest pullbacks on winners. You can have it. You can adjust it if you want. In fact, I shouldn't do that. I should copy it just a second. Okay, so you can take a look at that, and you can obviously make adjustments if you want to price range, volume. Okay, so I had a question from our YouTube room. I need to start explaining the options scanner. It's just another way of looking at stocks with momentum, okay? All it's doing, I don't trade the options, okay? So in case you're wondering, I don't trade options, I only trade stocks. But this is it's just showing stocks that are having unusually strong options volume, abnormal activity regarding options. So for instance, if I click on AVYA, that happened early at 950. The price was 2060. So right there, I mean, I have a minimum, it's not trading an incredible amount of options. The total of puts and calls, it's 8,500 contracts, right? But that's almost 6 times normal. So that's what I'm looking at, okay? I'm just looking at something that's trading abnormally in terms of options. I'm not trading the options, but it's just over the last 3 months, it has just proven to be a really good harbinger of maybe good things to come when you get the alert. Okay? So, I mean, it's really, but again, I'm not trading the option. As opposed to just looking for relative volume and abnormal volume. When it comes to just volume, we're just looking for abnormal option activity. Yeah, so I cannot define option. I don't trade options at all. Okay, economist, I don't trade them at all. All it's doing is this. We have some option filters. I do a search on option filters. Okay, so we've got some obvious ones, the put-call ratio. This option volume here is the average number over the last 10 days. The option volume today is obvious. The put volume, the call volume is obvious. Okay, this is the key metric though. The option volume today %. This is what's driving this one. Whoops. So option flow, it's all I can this is all it's looking for. It's got to have a minimum of 2,000 contracts. I mean, it has some other filters in it. That's why I'm not getting too many alerts. I don't want a lot of alerts. So it does have the relative volume also, minimum volume, but it has to have at least 2,000 contracts. And if it did have 2,000, that would have to represent at least 3 times normal, 300%. Okay? So that's all. So it's got nothing to do with option flow amount or anything like that. It's just looking for stocks having an abnormal option activity. Now, if you want more information about options and things like that, in about 45 minutes, Sean will be in our YouTube room. You're in our YouTube room right now, economist. He is more of an options, way more of an, well, I don't trade options at all, but he is an options trader. So you want to ask him questions about options. Anybody wants to ask questions about options, etc. We don't scan for options. I mean, those are the filters, but we're not scanning on strike price or anything like that. We're nothing to do with the Greeks. Now, you can also flip it. I've also got this moving lower with unusually option strong volume, okay? All you have to do is just flip this one. Flip the filters. And by that I mean anything that can be flipped will. Obviously, you can flip a new high to a new low. You can't flip a price range or contracts, but you can flip this. It says stocks where the price was up at least 0.1%. You can flip that to say was down at least 0.1%. Okay, so now you're looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity, but on the way down. It could be, Chris. I only put that together because I know a lot of people like. It's not the way I typically trade. I just put it together, for your viewing pleasure. Okay. Some people like pullbacks. A lot of people like pullbacks. I'm just not a great pullback player. Yeah, even though the market is up, but it's starting to drift. I'm seeing a lot more on the short side than on the long side for sure, which makes a little bit of sense as the market is starting to drift down. Yeah, no shares for the ISPC. That might be it. That might be it for it. No shares. I know what DAC is referring to. There are no shares for anybody with Interactive Brokers. Probably E-Trade. I can't speak for E-Trade, but probably not for E-Trade either. No shares to short. Okay, so from the AI, there was a pretty good one, and that is the PRVB. You can see there was the alert at the 737. Nothing dramatic though. So I have nothing to base that on, Zach. So is that a lot? 20 cents? That sounds like a lot, but is that a lot? Okay. Okay, wow, 50 cents. Okay. All right, well, listen, there's nothing new showing up in my scanners. Not getting any new alerts. I mean, this is going to be a light trading week in terms of the overall markets, and that doesn't usually stop us though, because the things that we look at, well, things I'm looking at anyway, these are usually flying under the radar. So what I'm trying to say is that we'll always be able to find stocks that are really moving, even if the overall market volume is pretty low. Let's take a look at the SPY just out of curiosity. Take a look at the daily chart. So what time are we now? We're almost 11:30, so we're a couple hours into the market. I mean, it's very steady like the last few days up in this area, around 50 million. So, I mean, we could still make it. All right, VHC. Wow, look at this one. This used to be the one that would always sue Apple. They'd always be suing Apple for this and that. And they get sometimes they get a favorable ruling, sometimes they wouldn't. I don't think they do anything other than sue Apple. Snap. Are there any other? Well, no. I mean, there is the YouTube room, okay, but it's the same as this. I mean, they can hear me, see my screen. Just that this room is way more active. When I say this room, it's what I call the main room, okay. But at noon, I do take a break, and you can head over, and I'll put the YouTube link in if you want to head over there. When I do take my break between 12 and 1. Yeah, so let's take a look at Snap. It's just out of the price range that I typically trade, but if I look left on the weekly chart, 47.92. So, 47.92 is pretty close, actually. That's the next low looking left. GRCL, guys. GRCL underneath 6. all-time low, had earnings on the 15th. This was not the reaction here. It might have been, actually. Depends when they released earnings. When was the 15th? No. All right, so this is the promo code. Be it monthly or be it yearly, okay? There's your promo code. And here is the link. So you click on my link. Click on my link. When you do that, then you'll see this. And there's the promo code right there, Black 25, 25% off. So if you're going to take on an annual subscription, obviously you know you want this program, right? Because again, I always tell people you don't have to start off with an annual. With this promo code, you can always start off with a with a monthly subscription. You'll get the 25% off the first month only. But if within 30 days you do decide you want to take on an annual, we'll honor the 25%. So if you're going to take on an annual right now, you must know you want trade ideas, okay? And again, that promo on a monthly basis, the promo is only good for the first month. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'd pay going forward, $118, $228. I just want to make sure people know that because, you know, we don't, I mean, our refund policy and our annual, I mean, check it out. It's not great. I shouldn't say great, not great, but it is what it is. So you've got to know you want our an annual subscription. Earnings, you can see earnings here, right here, earnings date. Okay, right there. My single stock window, one of the filters I have is the earnings date filter. So I'll always see it up here, always. So Don, the same thing. If you click on my homepage link, I just put it in above you where you said, where do I find your page layouts? So when you click on it, again, one of the sections, my scan section. This is a sample layout. It won't look exactly like this, but you know, why I do it this way is that, you know, not everybody wants, you know, obviously each one of these scans, but you can kind of pick and choose what you want. So if you want the 10-day daily breakout or down, it's right here. The other one that I use all the time is on my other monitor. It is right here, the moving higher, unusually strong options. Oh, William, you'd be surprised. You know, people who take out they don't read, you know, they don't read what the refund policies are. All right, guys, let's see. UTI just showed up here. UTI, for some reason, UTI. See if there's any specific news on it. Meanwhile, the VHC continues to sink here. All right, so again, VG is a buyout, okay? Ericsson buying them out. I think somebody said it worked out to about $21 a share. Is that correct? So yeah, there's a little bit of a pop here, but again, I wouldn't get too excited about it. I know it's an AI alert. 21. Thank you, Martin. And is that a cash or is it stock and cash? It is an all cash deal. Okay, all cash deal. Okay. Well, you wouldn't expect it to get any higher than 21 then. And I am assuming that this is a friendly buyout takeover. I don't see any. Let's read this a little bit more. The deal, yeah. So the deal has been unanimously approved. So this is a friendly buyout. Okay, TMST. Let's take a look at TMST from Real. This is a potential short, right? Gerthel, GRCL, moving down. All right, guys, what time is it now? 11:30. My headset just died on me, so I'm just gonna put myself on mute. Swap it out. All right. All right, guys. Well, this is really slowed down for me here, so I'm not really seeing anything that is that interesting. All right. Now, remember I said I can get out of a trade before the stop. So in this particular case, I'm just going to flatten the trade. Again, this was just to demonstrate in our simulator how you can do this sort of stuff. The BTRS. So I did not wait to get stopped out. Did not like the way, had I been in this trade for real, this is what I would more than likely have done. Said, you know what? It's just not working. I don't have to wait to get stopped out. Yeah, so I guess tech is having a bit of a correction. Let's take a look. Remember what we saw in the pre-market? I'm going to click on the dock channel bar, and I'm going to take a look at the sectors and see what's shaking. Now, if you guys can remember, yeah, you can see, I think tech was at, well, actually energy was about only 40% were up. Now 100% are up. Okay, so energy having a bit of a comeback. What that means is 100%. That means every stock that makes up XLE, where I consider that the main ETF for the energy sector, every stock is up from the close on Friday. Financials are still very strong. 97% are up. Consumer staples, but tech, yeah, you're right, because in the pre-market, I think tech was at about 85%. And communications, look at this, under 50%. Usually tech and communications are kind of the same. But financials, so if you wanted to take a trade right now, and it happened to be in the financial sector, the trend is with you. Also in energy. Great call reel on the AOSL. I know that was quite a bit earlier, but nice, great call on it. Meanwhile, VHC is just getting thumped here. Cheap one. Almost an all-time low. Don't see any specific news on it. So if you're kind of new to this, you'll see it says DR here in the daily 10-day daily breakouts and downs. So what this DR refers to is don't repeat. So why I like to have it structured like this, you'll notice here, for instance, that PRVB making new, well, the last one, I mean, this is interesting. I mean, the last high was, say for PRVB, was at 1059 at 772, okay? The original alert came in at 942 at 745. So you can kind of go, this allows you to kind of go back in time. You see the time of the alert, you see the price of the alert, you say, okay, you click on it, and then you can see exactly what it did from there. So for instance, this was an awesome one, the AUPH at 930. The alert was at 23.99. What did it do from that alert? That was that was, in my opinion, that almost the trade of the day. 23.99, which is 24, and it got down to almost $20. This is one that I mentioned in the pre-market. Unfortunately, I didn't take it because I wanted it to kind of base a little bit more before I hopped into it. It just didn't do it. But this is what the don't repeat looks at. It says, okay, here was your first alert, the time. What did it do from there? You mentioned that a while ago, Zach. $24 buyout offer. But that's the rumor. Is that Lee? L-E-E? Let me just do a reset. Something's happening here. There we go. Yeah, I did not hop. I almost did, John, on the Lucid. I watched this, get kind of hammered along with the Riven, and then when this, I thought maybe if this holds, because I think it's probably, it's unfairly probably getting hammered with the Riven. I just don't have a swing trader's mentality. Let's just call it what it is. All right, here's a SPAC that just launched, LAXXU. You guys been talking about RBLX, and I'm betting it's having a huge day down. Yeah, wow. Wow is right. 142 down to 122. My goodness. There's your Lee. Getting closer to that $24 target. LEE. Okay, so this RLX I know just showed up in the option scanner, and what sort of room does it have? So the next high looking left looks like that's about 524. I mean, that is not necessarily going to stall it. So let's see how well it holds over 5. And what's the float like? So it's a big float. They don't all have to be very low. So with that sort of a float, I'm not expecting a huge move, but I'm also not expecting, some severe whippiness. All right, guys, RLX short of moving here. Again, I don't expect much out of it just because of that float. All right, what I'm going to do right now, I just want to confirm that it will be Sean in the YouTube room at noon. And again, if you're into option trading and all that, use your man. Again, we don't scan for options as such, but you want to ask him questions about option trading, use your guy. All right, this confirmation, it is going to be Sean in our YouTube room. So what I'll do is I will put the YouTube link in. You guys can head over there when I take my break at noon, if you want to. And it's not just options. I mean, you have any general questions about trade ideas, of course, or, asking opinions of stocks, things like that, that's fine. Just that Sean is, well, he is an options trader, so. All right, guys, I took a loss on the GRCL short, a little loss on it. I had a little bit of I got a little greedy on it. But I'm out of it now. I got a little greedy. I was looking for a lot more. I got all the way down to 580. I thought, man, it's got no support, all-time low. So I ended up taking a little bit of a loss on it. A plane. So Real's talking about a potential bounce for TDC. Yeah, another one of these meta stocks that was being hyped a lot. VRAR sinking somewhat, down almost 10%. I'm going to struggle to find a something to talk about. My stock of the day video that I do at noon. Nothing really, really exciting. Well, I shouldn't say. The AUPH probably. I'll talk about that one. Not just because it was. I talked about it pre-market. It just went down too quickly for me. I wasn't comfortable taking it right off the bat. Had it been an all-time low, I would have taken it. When does it happen? Is it this week, guys, that Facebook officially becomes whatever it is, whatever that symbol is going to be, the metaverse? I don't know. I'm going to make it up. MTVS. I have no idea what the symbol is. December 1st. Okay, thanks. So that is next Wednesday, okay? All right, guys. Well, a little bit of a winner here for the RLX. A little bit of one. It does have some resistance, well, maybe some resistance right around here, that 524 mark. SVRA. Okay, yeah, well, cheap one. Yeah, I always pay way more attention to the insiders buying. I know a lot of people get bent out of shape when they see insiders selling. You know, unless it's a mass exodus. But you know what? I mean, he's at some point a CEO or a CTO or a C whatever. They're allowed to sell every now and then, and who knows why they're selling? You know, maybe they're going to buy a new mansion or whatever. It doesn't mean they're necessarily sour on the stock. But to me, insider buying is way more valuable than insider selling. Again, unless it's en masse. Oh, I really don't have any. If you're talking about from a chart perspective or from a company perspective, I mean, you know, obviously it's a, you know, when a virus play, but I mean, other than that, I have no feelings on it. I mean, FDA authorizes Pfizer's and boosters for all adults. Okay, it's above the 200-day moving average again. You know, I guess I mean there's the all-time or the high way up here, but I'm not going to predict that. Okay, now's the time because of that news. These are just emotional stocks. All right, guys, getting closer to my break time. What am I going to talk about? Dak. I could talk about you. As you know, in our previous lifetime, we actually spoke on the phone, as you know. No, it'll have to be something I actually talked about, though. So, you know, well, look at this market, guys. Boy, we're giving up the gains in a big way now. Look at this, the big red candle coming in here. So tech is taking it. Well, tech, the Nas is taking it on the chin a little bit. Well, if you are a RIVN believer, this is an interesting pattern right here. All right, right here. I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, but that's a pretty interesting look right here on the 15-minute chart. There's the high right there is 112.79. You can kind of see if it could somehow take out 13, it's got a run in it. But there is some pretty bleak news. It doesn't mean that, you know, this is over as a company, of course, but I mean, you know, the news with Ford is, you know, obviously has affected it. Well, because I'm going to take my break, I almost want to get back into that GRLC short. Okay, real, there's your TMST. You were talking about it right here. Looks like there could be some support right around the 1720 mark on that 2 minute. Yeah, on the 5 minute also. So I don't know where I know you have your fibs already, but I'm not going to take anything right now because I'm going to be taking my break very soon. So wow, look at that. That's a big red candle. So yeah, I mean anything shorting right now looks pretty good with that move down. PTNR making a bit of a move here. PTNR. And I mean just a bit of one. This is an Israeli stock. It's not a low float. There's a big gap up. I honestly could not see any news on it. No specific news on it anyway. No kidding. Yeah, not a positive setup for the SPY. Wow. Wow, Lucid. I'm just gonna have to forget about it for today anyway, unless it has some massive rally. But I mean, Lucid, it's almost looks like it wants to take out 50. Look at this! Look at this big candle in the SPY. I mean, its SPY is still barely positive. And here's one on the option scanner on the way down. INVZ on the way down. Yeah, there are just a lot of things moving, obviously, with this market. Moving down. GRCL. I might revisit this one when I get back from my break. That'll be about an hour though, so we'll see what it's doing. And that's the GRCL. That knocked me out of my trade, that little move here. All right, here's another one. Oh, another one. EDOC. What are you doing? EDOC. How much volume? This is, oh, it's an ETF. Okay, but hey, not an all-time low, but I'm not familiar with this ETF at all. Telemedicine. Okay, is this relatively new? This one looks like it might have started trading as an ETF back here. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Sean to show up. I think he's going to be very imminently. Sorry, he's going to be in the YouTube room very soon. There he is, imminent. That's the word I wanted. So imminent that he's there. All right, Sean, I have told everybody that you are our expert at trading options, so be prepared. Okay, I'll stop my streaming right now. Our expert at trading options, so be prepared. Okay, I'll stop my streaming right now.
Well, thanks for that. Thanks for that intro, Barry. Hello, everybody. It's your boy Chicago Sean McLaughlin. You got me live on camera. Hope you all dig that. I know I'm not easy on the eyes, so I apologize for that. We'll try to keep it at a minimum. But anyway, hey, this is a live Q&A, guys. So we'll be doing this for the next hour. This is your opportunity to ask any questions about the software that you might have. Nothing's off limits, okay? We'll do our best to tackle anything. I don't care if it's a beginner's question, super beginner level, or if you got an expert level question. It's all right. Let's throw them at me and see what you got. My standard disclaimer at the beginning of every one of these sessions is, I know enough to be dangerous, but I don't know the answer to everything. So if there's something I can't find for you, I can certainly point you in the right direction to get those questions answered. So for those of you who don't know, how this format works is we've got a questions panel in the YouTube screen there. Go ahead and type your questions in there. I will see them and I will do my best to answer them as they come in. So don't be shy. Jose heard that I'm the expert in trading options, so you immediately came here. Well, okay. Well, here you are. If you got a directional options trading question you want to throw at me as it pertains to trade ideas, bring it on. I'm going to minimize my face here. You guys aren't here to see my face. You're here to see the software. But you know what? While I wait for the first questions that come in, I like to start the day on Mondays with the TI Strength Alerts channel. Okay. For those of you who are seeing this for the first time, the TI Strength Alerts channel is available to all Trade Ideas subscribers, whether you're a standard subscriber or a premium subscriber. Everyone has access to this. And when you click on the channel, it brings you here and you have this little welcome screen. I'm just going to move this over a little bit. This gives you, this is the same info that goes out in the email to the people who are these standalone email subscribers to this list. But it kind of gives you an overview of what we're seeing in the market, as defined by the SPY, and then it gets a little color into the individual stocks that have been selected by the TI Strength algorithm. Okay, so what this is, if you're seeing this for the first time, every weekend heading into the Monday Open, we have a list of 5 new stocks that satisfy all the requirements that our algo has for a stock that has a potential to be a fantastic swing trade. Now, is this a guarantee that it's going to win? Of course not. We don't have a crystal ball. We don't know who's going to win and how they're going to win and how much they're going to win or how they're going to lose. We don't know any of that. But the Trade Ideas system has performed extensive back tests on this algorithm. And based on the algorithm, it spits out 5 stocks that we want to buy every Monday morning. Okay. Now, if you guys want to see the performance of this list, hold on one sec. Let me find a link here for you. Just give me one sec. The TI Strength Alerts, there it is. Actually, hold on. I'm going to copy this whole thing. I'm going to put it here in the chat panel. There's the link, TI Strength Alerts. If you want to go there and click that link, you will see the performance of this TI Strength going back for 5 years based on the way that we trade it. Now, guys, we're not telling you have to trade this any particular way. And in fact, I'm going to get into trades here on all 5 of these, and I'm going to trade them a different way than what is demonstrated in the back test results that you can see at that link. So let me tell you how those back test results were achieved. Basically, it's real simple. And it only takes 3 minutes of work. So let's say we're starting from scratch. We have no positions on. We have a $10,000 account all in cash right now, okay? So the way we perform the back test is we took on the first Monday, which would be today, right? We took the 5 names. In this case, you can see them right here in this top list. Here are the 5 names: GME, Oracle, LLY, INVH, and MTZ. These are the 5 names. So what we do, starting with a clean slate, is we invest all of our capital, our $10,000 that we have, we invest it equally across all 5 names. So we invest $2,000 in GME, $2,000 in Oracle, $2,000 in Lilly, $2,000 in IMVH, $2,000 in MTZ. However many shares that buys of each name, it's going to be different, right? But however many shares that buys, we're investing $2,000 because that's our 10 grand that we started with, equally divided, right? So we buy those on Monday morning at the open, market order at the open. We're getting the opening print, basically. And then what we do, or what we did with that back test, is we held all 5 names all week long. Come hell or high water. No stop loss in place, no profit target in place. We just held those names all week. And then the following Monday morning at the open, so 7 days later, the following Monday morning, we exited all those trades, market order at the open. We got the opening print to get out, all right? And then we took whatever capital we had, hopefully it was a little bit more, all right? Divided it 5 ways and invested that money into the next 5 names of the next week. So basically every Monday morning, we're exiting the old positions, reinvesting the money into the new positions. That's it. So gosh darn simple, right? And if you look at that link that I shared, in fact, let me just, let me pull it up here. Hold on one sec. Put it here on our screen so we could all see it. Why did that not work for me? Oh, because I copied, I copied all the words in front instead of just going right to the link. So check this out. I'm going to scroll down here. Look at this performance right here, guys. How simple is this to beat the S&P 500? I mean, we're killing the S&P 500 over the last 5 years just doing the TI strength alerts. Simply buying 5 stocks on Monday and then the following Monday rotating into the new stocks. That's it. Guys, look at this outperformance. It's incredible. I mean, what is that? 3-to-1? I'm ballparking there. And it's literally 5 minutes of work every week, maybe less, depending on how efficient you are. Now, guys, that's how we back tested it. That's how we arrived at those results. Now, we're not saying that that's how you need to trade these things, okay? We're not saying that that's how you have to do it. We can't tell you how to do it. We're not your broker. We're not your financial advisor. But that's how we arrived at those results. So I'm going to tell you how I trade it. All right, I'm going to get into all these new names today. What I do, and this is just me, okay? It's right for me. It's right for my risk tolerance. I'm risking $200 per trade. $200 of my capital per trade, okay? And I'm setting my stop loss. I have a stop loss in all these trades. I set a stop loss at 5% away. So whatever the share price is, if it's a $100 stock and I'm buying it, my stop loss is going to be at $95, right? That's $5 away. That's 5%, okay? I haven't done any hardcore math on finding the optimal stop level. I haven't done any of that. It's not volatility based or ATR based. It's just simple 5%, quick and dirty. All right. I like to keep my life simple, and that's it. So I'm risking $200 of my capital. My stop is 5% away. That's it. I don't have a profit target. I want to let these things run for as far and wide as they can. So I'm going to go ahead and buy all 5 of these stocks. I'll start at the top of the list here. GME. Now I've set it up, and I can certainly walk you guys through this if you need help. I've set it up for like really simple 2-click, boom, I'm in to get into these trades using the Trade Ideas Brokerage Plus platform. Now, before we get carried away, maybe I should start here. I'm using the Trade Ideas Simulated Trader. See right here, it says connected to Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. I do not have a connected brokerage account here. This is for demonstration purposes only. I'm demoing the simulator for our customers. But the good news is If you have this connected, if you have Brokerage Plus connected to a Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, the process is exactly the same, okay? There's no additional steps. There's no weird hoops you got to jump through. It's exactly the same. So once you've mastered trading on the simulator, turning on real trading will be very easy for you. So let me minimize that here. So I'm going to go ahead and buy all these stocks. And guys, I've set it up so easy. All I do is I put my mouse in my cursor in the chart. I right click. I choose trade GME, buy using swing trade buys. That's the algorithm I've set up that allows me to set a stop loss at 5% away, risking $200 in my capital. That's what I use, all right? I just click that and boom, I'm in. And you can see my closing order sitting right there at 223.39. It says minus 200. That means approximately I'll lose $200.92 approximately if my stop loss order at 223.39 gets hit, right? And if I bring back up my Brokerage Plus window and go to the executions tab, you will see there it is. GME, I bought 17 shares, just moments ago. Okay, and it shows up in my positions tab. There's GME right there. Okay, so I'm just gonna go through that real quick. Oops, did not want to do that. All right, now I'm gonna go through and do that for all the remaining tickers. So Oracle, super easy. Right click, trade, buy. And boom, there's my stop loss order showing up there on the chart. Lilly, right click, trade, buy. I'm in. MTZ, right click, trade, buy. I'm in. Now guys, are you noticing that I'm not like obsessing over a perfect print here? I'm not trying to time my entry. I'm not looking for, trying to get a penny improvement on my price. I'm not doing any of that. Why? Because my objective is to hold a winning trade for several days, several weeks, several months if I'm lucky, right? That means it's going my way. If this stock, since we're here on the chart, if this INV goes from $40 to $50 over the next several weeks, do I care that I got printed, 5 cents worse than I wanted to? No, not at all. It's a minuscule consideration. So that's why I can rip through these pretty quick and get in, because I have a longer time frame. I'm not day trading these things. And so now let's bring up my Brokerage Plus window here. You can see all my open positions here. Now, every one of these open positions, almost every one of these, not every one, but the majority of them, these were all TI Strength Alert names. All right, these are names that were given to me, popped up on my radar because of the TI Strength Alerts. And I'm going to hold them as long as they're winning. Okay, and I'm going to adjust my stops appropriately. So let's do this. Let's kind of go through the names here. I'll start at the top, paychecks. And guys, the way I like to do my stop losses is I like to move my stops in the direction of the trend. I never move them away, okay? I want to bring them up. I want to bring them up to obvious levels of support. So I'm looking at this paychecks chart, and I'm looking right here, and I'm like, yeah, this looks like an obvious level of support. This low that was printed on November 1st feels like an obvious level of support. So I'm going to drag my stop loss. Look at that. Just grab the line, drag it up, and now my stop loss is working at this price, 120.90, and I'll walk away. If I get hit at that stop loss level, I'll walk away with an approximately $209 profit. Right now, if you look at my trade blotter here, you see I'm sitting on a $382 open P&L, which is great. And I want to give this thing more room to work, right? I mean, this thing could go to $150. Who knows, right? I'm not going to get out at the top. I'm never going to get out at the top. That's not my goal. My goal is to ride a big trend until that trend is over. And the only way you know it's over is when it starts breaking support and going the other way. So right now, my stop loss in paychecks is right there. So let's just go down this list real quick. I'll do this real quick. Okay, here we go. This one, I'm going to bring it up just a little bit. Bring it up to right about break even, which is right there. Great. Okay. Don't want to let a winner turn into a loser. This one's coming back. Not good. But this stop, I like where it is. I mean, that's was kind of above, right around previous resistance, which now became support, hopefully. So I'll leave that stop there. Boulder, I'll bring up. Builder, I'll bring this up to break even, approximately break even. I don't know what's going on with that short trade. That shouldn't be in there. I'll leave that stop. Ooh, I like this. This thing came back. Hard rejection of these prices here. I'm going to use that as my new level of support. Drag it up. Awesome. All right, so I'm going to leave. I'm going to bring this one up. I like that support that formed right there a few days ago. I'm going to bring this one up a little bit to right below here. Great. Notice, guys, I'm only moving my stop losses in the direction of the trend. I never move it back. That's a bad practice. Don't ever give a position more room that's not working, right? That's a recipe for trouble. I'll bring this up. I like this level of support there. Almost done, guys, and then I'll dig into the questions if any came through. But you guys, you see how easy this is using Brokerage Plus? I mean, basically it's like one-click order entry to get in. These are the new ones I just got in right now, so I'm going to not do anything with the stop loss orders for now. But you notice how easy it was for me to get in, and then now how easy it is for me to adjust my stops and just let these things ride. I mean, this is so great. If you're a visual trader like I am, you love the ease of use of doing this. You just love it. All right. Okay. I've gone through the process, so let's move up here. Let's see what's going on here. A Perfect Circle asks, do I care about the fundamentals when picking? No, not at all. Not at all. Now, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with trading based off of fundamentals. There's a lot of people that make a lot of money trading off fundamentals. But for me, I'm a price action guy. For me, only price pays. Okay? I don't care about the story about why something's doing. Story might be important, but I'm a price action guy. And the strength alerts algorithm that we walk through here, it's all based on price action. It has nothing to do with the story. The thing is, the fundamentals are a story, right? Now, the fundamentals are facts. I'm not trying to dismiss them. But the story we tell ourselves can be different for everybody, right? I could look at the fundamentals. I could look at, the sales and the earnings and the prospects, all that stuff. I could look at that and I could form a story about what I think that means. But you could look at it and say, that means something totally different. But the only thing that doesn't lie is price. Only price pays. So that's all I pay attention to. Ignacio, I'm not sure what you're asking. He says, in the email of strength alerts is an entry price. This week, all stocks are not on the entry price. Can you comment? I'm not sure what you're asking there, Ignacio. As far as entry price, I don't believe there's an entry price. It's just we buy at the open. Or that's how our backtest is done. Let me see. I'm looking at the email here. Now, we've changed something about this email in recent weeks where we've added these entries and stops. Okay, I think I know what you're talking about. So you see that there's entries here. So let me scroll through. So we got entries on every one of them, but are you saying there's not one on GME? I see one. I think these levels here, these are just like, good levels to watch. If you're the type of person that looks for a signal, like you want to buy it on strength or whatever, then we're offering you a level that, if you want to micromanage your trade, then you can buy above these certain levels, okay? I think that's a holdover from the way the trade of the week is done. But the way I showed you guys is I'm not waiting for triggers. I don't care where the price is at. I'm just buying at the open every Monday. And that's how that back test that I showed you those results. That's how that back test was done. It's not waiting on a trigger to get into these things. It's based on just entering opening print on Monday and boom, going forward. MNMNK. I don't know how to say your name there, but he asked, for the Trade Ideas Strength Alerts sign up, is there a code or a trial for this service? I'm interested. Thank you. So first of all, if you're a Trade Ideas subscriber, you don't need to pay anything extra for it. It's available to all Trade Ideas software subscribers. You just go to the TI Strength Alerts channel right here, found in your channel bar, right? And then you have it. Nothing extra to pay. Now, if you are not a Trade Ideas software subscriber, then you can go to that link that I shared above and you could subscribe and get the the weekly email. The email looks somewhat like this here on the right side of my screen. It's basically all the same info. You'll get that emailed to you every weekend. I think it comes out on Sunday mornings, but don't hold me to the exact time. But you'll definitely have it before the market opens on Monday morning, that's for sure. And that's a standalone subscription if you want, without having to subscribe to Trade Ideas software. You could just get that email. That's $17 a month. There's no free trials. There's no discount codes. It's $17, bro. That's it. If you can't afford $17, you probably shouldn't be trading. Sorry for the tough love on that one. Okay, Pete. Pete wants to know how I can set up the one-click trading. You love the ease of it. I was just saying I want things easier. Okay, well, let me show you how to do things easier. So let me bring up my Brokerage Plus window. Here it is. And Pete wants to know, how did I set it up so that I can go into these charts and just right click and go trade and buy, and then I get in at my proper size with my proper stop loss? How did you do that? Okay, great question. So in the Brokerage Plus window, if you go to the Strategies tab, this is where you can create an algo. Now you could create one from scratch just by anywhere in this blue space, just right click and do new trading strategy. Okay, it's going to take you to the same place, but I'll show you with my swing trade buys what I did. So I'll just highlight on my swing trade buys. I'll right click on it and I'll choose edit trading strategy. So remember, if you're doing a new one from scratch, it would take you to this kind of same panel right here. But once you're here, you would give this thing a name. For me, I call it swing trade buys. You can call it anything you want. I call it swing trade buys. For me, it's a long biased strategy, so I'm buying with the strategy. I'm not shorting, I'm buying. And then in the accounts, you want to go to the accounts and make sure you got your account set up. So for me, I'm doing the simulated trading, okay? But if you wanted to link your IB account or your E-Trade account, you would go through here, and that's where you would set it up. But me, I got simulated trading set up. Okay, you'll notice there are tabs across the top. The entry tab at the time, or the entry time tab, I just set it so that it's, market hours. This tab doesn't really matter for me because I'm one-click trading. I'm not auto trading. So less important, but I'll just kind of leave all market hours open. And then I'm going to skip over the order details tab. I'm going to go to the risk management tab first, okay? And I'll show you why. So here is where I set my stop loss, okay? So stop loss right here, I've got some options. I could do a percent-based stop loss, a dollars-based stop loss, or a filters-based stop loss. We're not going to get into the filters one. It's a little expert level. It's a little complicated. I don't want to scare the children. So we'll skip the filters one. But the two most common ones are a dollar-based stop loss. Let's say you're trading, I only recommend this if you're typically trading stocks that are kind of in the same price range. Let's say you like to trade $20 stocks, $20 to $30 stocks, right? Well, then maybe you could set a stop loss at $1 away. Right? I'll risk $1 of the price of the stock on every trade. So if I'm buying a stock at $25, my stop loss is at 24. Okay, you could do that. I don't recommend it, but if you're somebody that likes to only trade penny stocks, or you only like to trade certain priced stocks, that's fine. You could set a dollars-based stop loss. The one I like is percent. Okay, and so I choose percent. I set 5.0, and now any trade I put on, my stop loss is going to immediately be entered 5% below wherever I'm getting in. So if I'm buying a $100 stock, my stop loss will be 5% away, which would put my stop loss at $95 a share. Okay. Now I started with the stop loss first. You could also put profit targets in here if you want. I don't use profit targets, but you could, set a percentage if the stock's up, 15%, then you can get out, right? But I don't use it. I just go back to none. I'm just using stop losses. All right, now I did the stop loss first because that's important. Because using the stop loss is how I can determine my position size. So now I'm going to go back to the order details tab, and here's the position sizing button. All right. Now you have a few options here. Fixed dollars means, and we kind of talked about this when we were putting on the TI strength alerts, like the way we did the back test is we just invested an equal amount of money across all names. So let's say you got a $10,000 account, you want to divide it 5 ways. That would mean you're investing $2,000 per name. Okay. So you could set that fixed dollars. What that means is whatever stock you buy, if I've got this fixed dollar set to $2,000, that's going to buy as many shares as $2,000 buys. No more, no less. Okay? That's an okay way to position size. Nothing wrong with that. I like that, in fact. So, whether you're trading Amazon, which is a $1 bazillion stock. I don't even know what Amazon is anymore, 3,000 something. So whether you're trading Amazon or you're trading, some $10 stock, doesn't matter. You're only investing $2,000. Okay, however many shares that buys. That's fixed dollars. You could do fixed shares. This one's pretty self-explanatory. You can set it to, only buy, 500 shares or always buy 500 shares. Or buy 100 shares or whatever your number is. Okay, I know there's a lot of old school traders out there that like to trade in consistent share size blocks. I used to be one of them 20 years ago when I was a hardcore day trader. We traded NASDAQ stocks. We bought them in 1,000 share blocks. Didn't matter what the price of the stock was. We bought 1,000 shares of it. Whatever, that's fine. I don't think that makes sense in today's world, but for me, what I like to do is I do my position sizing based on my stop loss. Now remember, if I go back to the risk management tab here, I set my stop loss at 5% away. All right. So if I go to the order details tab and my position sizing is based on stop loss and I set my risk value, this is how much money I'm willing to risk per trade. In my case, I do $200. Okay. What that's determining is based on my stop loss, it's going to size my position such that if my stop loss gets hit at 5% away, then I'm going to lose approximately $200. And it's going to do all the math for me, so I don't have to do it. Right? So let's use the $100 stock example again. $100 stop or stock. My stop loss is 5% away, which would be $95, which is $5 away from the current price action, right? If I'm willing to risk $200 per share or $200 per trade, $200 of my capital per trade, I would take $200, I would divide it by 5, which is how far away my stop loss is. The result would be 40, right? 200 divided by 5 is 40. That's how many shares the algorithm will buy, 40 shares. Because if I lose $5 a share on 40 shares, that's going to cost me $200. All right? Does that make sense? So, Pete, that's how I set this up. And once I got it all the way I want it, I just hit OK, and then I'm set. And once that strategy is in there, then whenever I want to right-click on a chart and trade, I right-click and hit trade. It'll be one of these options. See, buy using swing trade buys, short using swing trade short. These are my 2 strategies you see right here. Okay? Is that pretty simple? Pete, let me know if you need more help on that. He says, thank you. All right. I think we got you then. A perfect circle. Does Trade Ideas have any plans to connect with additional brokers? Look, we'd like to. Absolutely would like to. And we are working on more. But I'm not a developer, but apparently it's a hard thing to do. Apparently all these brokers have different APIs that work different ways, and it's a lot of work. I can't code my way out of a paper bag, so I'm not the guy to ask him what's the problem is. But we are actively working on it. We are actively working on TD Ameritrade, for example, and Alpaca and a few others. But I have no ETA. I cannot offer an ETA on when any of those will be up and ready. They might not ever be up and ready. I don't know. But what I can tell you is we got interactive brokers and we got E-Trade, and they both work great. How's that sound? I think a light bulb went off with a perfect circle. He says, I got to say, I never heard about the ease of Brokerage Plus and Trade Ideas, but I never thought of the visual aspect of it. Wow. Hey man, I agree. I mean, there's a lot of people that come in to trade ideas, and they love the idea of the brokerage plus, and they love the idea of auto trading, and they love the idea of putting together these complicated strategies that they couldn't possibly trade manually. And that's fine. You can do that, but that's hard, man. That's hard. And there's a lot of things that can go wrong when you try to put together a complicated strategy. For those of you who are in here every week with me, I like to keep it simple, man. I like to keep it simple. And Brokerage Plus allows me, with one-click trading, to keep my life simple. That's all I want, buddy. Boys and girls, I want simple. I've been trading for 23 years, and I can tell you, every time I try to make my trading complicated, the results were not what I wanted. I always find myself going back to keeping it simple, going back to the basics, and every time, I'm glad I did. Simple Dimple, that's right. Okay, so I don't think I see any more software questions in here, guys. So if you're sitting on a software question, come on in. I'm going to bring up my main layout. This is the layout I use throughout the day for me to keep tabs on the things that are important to me. I like to see the stocks that are up the most on the day. I got a little top list right here. Shows me all the stocks that are up the most since the open. These are not the stocks that are up the most overall. There might have been a big gap overnight, which is often the case. These are the stocks that have had the biggest moves since the opening bell, since 9:30 Eastern. Okay, so biggest moves, stocks that have moved up since the open, and then this is the stocks that have moved the most down since the open. So you see this GRCL. I mean, look at this thing. Here's the open right here, 9:30, and thing just cratered, right? Whereas LGVN, this thing opened down here, filled the gap and kept going higher. But this is based on this opening print right here. It's not on Friday's close. And then, of course, all-time highs. I love to keep track of stocks making all-time highs. I like to know where the all-time highs are happening. I like to know how many all-time highs are happening. If I see this window humming, it tells me there's strength going on, regardless of what the indexes are doing. All right, Pamela. Hi, Pam. Do you use that same technique outside the sim or just when you are using the sim? The stop loss 5% physical stops, not mental. So Pam, I would trade real money the exact same way. If I were swing trading with trade ideas, I would trade it the exact same way. Easy for me to say because, Pam, I'm actually not doing it. You guys have heard me say this before. I am primarily an options trader. So most of the trades I put on, actually 99% of the trades I put on are options trades. As Barry said leading into this call today, I'm the options expert. You can say that with a grain of salt. But I express my directional bets using options. Okay, so I can't trade options with Brokerage Plus, unfortunately. It would be nice if I could. So I am not trading real money, Pam, with Brokerage Plus. But if I were swing trading stocks, which I do occasionally, that is how I swing trade them, Pam. I like to keep it simple. I use a stop loss 5% away. Now, is 5% the magic number? I don't know. No, might be 10%. A lot of people will say the magic stop loss is a volatility-based stop loss, one that takes into account the current range of prices or the current volatility of the instrument and creates a buffer around that. In fact, that's what I believe is the optimal way to use stop losses. But when you're just trying to be quick and dirty and dumb, and you're just trying to play for a big trend, I'm not trying to nickel and dime my entry. I'm not trying to nickel and dime my stop loss either. My stop loss is where it's at. And look, if the stop loss gets hit, then the price action's going the wrong way. And that's all that matters to me. Okay? The price action's going the wrong way. Ansel asks, what are the filters on your all-time highs, or is it just a top list? So, okay, let's get into under the hood here. This is an alert window. I'm getting alerted anytime a stock makes or prints a new all-time high. What filters do I have? Let's look. Let's right-click in here and go to Configure. We'll go under the hood. Let's go to my Window-Specific Filters tab, and here are the filters that I've got. This first filter is an EPS, earnings per share. All this really is a hack. This filters out ETFs. Okay, I don't care about ETFs making all-time highs. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, yes, an ETF making an all-time high is important, but I'm more interested in the individual stocks that are making the all-time highs. So this EPS filter here requires that a stock has to have some kind of value for earnings per share, whether positive or negative. This filters out all stocks that have a 0 for EPS, okay? Price. So I've got a minimum share price of $10 per share. I really am not interested in trading penny stocks. I define a penny stock as anything under $10 a share. You may disagree, and that's fine, okay? This is not a political discussion. But for me, anything below $10 a share, I'm just not interested in. Okay, I want big cap stocks, or at least stocks that are priced above $10 a share. There's a variety of reasons. I won't get into them, but that's what I like. This filter here, position and lifetime range, minimum of 100. This is showing me stocks that are above their lifetime range. If I click on the show me button here, this should tell you in plain English. There you go. Show me stocks where the price is at least 100% above the low of the range. Now, okay, maybe that English doesn't make it more clear, but basically what this is telling you is that the stock is above its all-time range, which basically means it's an all-time high, okay? And then I have an average daily volume of, I want the stock to at least trade an average of 100,000 shares a day. Now, 100,000 shares is actually pretty low. I should probably scooch that up a little bit. But basically, I want to be only getting alerted on stocks that actually have some volume, have some people interested in the name. All right, I'm not interested in stocks that trade by appointment only, as they say. So those are my filters there, Ansel. Hope that answered your question. So Nitty wants to know how I use TI for options trading. Oh, before I answer that question, Iris came in with, can I share this scanner? Yeah, I could share the cloud link for this all-time highs. And this will be instructive for all of you. Okay, if you ever want to share a cloud link with a friend, another friend who subscribes to Trade Ideas, or if you want to share a link with the support team at Trade Ideas because you need help with it, this is how you would do it. So you go into this this alert window. You right click, you choose Save or Share to Cloud, and here's the name of it, All-Time Highs. I'm going to click Save and Share. This is going to give me a long, ugly URL. All right, don't worry about anything in here, just hit Copy All. And now I've saved that cloud link to my clipboard. And now, new all-time highs. I'm going to put it right in here in the chat panel for you guys. New all-time highs. There's the cloud link. You guys can take that, copy that, and open it up on your side. So guys, if you go there and you copy that link, you might have to click on the link and it's going to open up a browser. Just copy the full URL, okay, which is this link that you see in the chat panel. And then to launch that on your side, go into your TI menu bar up top, go to File, and hit Load from Cloud, and then paste that URL that you just copied from before, paste it right in there and hit Load, and it'll launch it. There, I launched a second version of it, but it'll launch right there on your screen. That's how you can open that. So Iris wants to know, how do I make the alert a new high? So remember here, let's go under the hood real quick and configure. Remember how I got a filter for a stock that's above its all-time high range, right? Position and lifetime range, 100. So that means it's trading above its all-time highs, right? Now, how do I get the alert that alerts me the moment that new high is printed? If I go to my alerts tab, I'm just using a plain old vanilla new high alert. I leave this box empty, okay? This is the qualifier box. If I put a number in here, let's say 20 or even 50, that would be, I would get alerted when a stock makes a new 50-day high. Now, in this case, with an all-time highs alert, you could put any number of days in here and you're still gonna get the alert, right? Because if it's an all-time high, then no matter what the number you put in here, it could be a 10,000 day high, right? it's going to return a value. But I just have it empty. That's an intraday high, right? And by definition, remember, the stock is above its lifetime range. So if the stock is already above its lifetime range and it's printing an intraday high, voila, that's a new all-time high. Okay, so that's the alert I have in there, Iris. Hope that helps. All right, Nidhi, I'll go back to your question now. How do I use TI for options trading? Well, guess what, guys? I use TI for options trading the same way a stock trader would use TI for for stock trading. Let me say that again. I use trade ideas for options trading the same way a stock trader uses trade ideas for stock trading. What do I mean? Well, if I'm looking to put on directional bets with options, I'm looking to get long a stock, whether I'm getting long by buying calls or buying some kind of call spread. If I'm looking to get long a stock, I'm going to be alerted to a stock that I want to get long the same way a stock trader will get alerted. Like for me, we've talked about this in the past, and I'll talk about it again. One of my favorite setups in the whole wide world is to buy stocks making all-time highs. So if a stock pops up here in my all-time high scanner, that might be a name I want to trade. Now, it doesn't mean I'm going to get into every trade, every one. Like this one doesn't look like has a whole lot of volume. I also don't want to buy it if it's been making all-time highs every day for the past week, that kind of thing. Like I want a fresh all-time high. Okay. So, maybe this one I would buy. Here's a daily chart. It's like, had like a week pullback and boom, now we're making fresh all-time highs after a week off, right? Maybe that's something I would buy. This one, feels a little extended. I probably wouldn't buy this one. But anyway, that's the same mental exercise that a stock trader goes through, right? Am I going to buy stock here on this stock that's already extended? I don't know. But my point is, if I'm looking to make a directional bet with options, the ideas are going to surface to me the same way that they would for a stock trader. Okay, my top lists here, I'm still looking at these. I'm looking for stocks that are moving. And then I could, if I like them, then I'll put on an options trade. Now, if you're a hardcore options trader that's looking for information on spreads and volatility and strike-specific data and expiration-specific data, we don't have any of that in Trade Ideas. We are not an options trading platform per se. Okay, so we don't have all that hardcore options data that you need. You'll get that from your broker, right? If you're trading with TD Ameritrade or E-Trade or Thinkorswim or Tastyworks, which is who I trade through, they'll have all that data for you. Okay, Trade Ideas just will surface stocks that are moving that you might want to trade. Now, one thing I might add, or that you should be aware of, is this will help because if you're only trading options and you only want to get alerted on stocks that you could buy options in, for example, well, you don't want to get alerts on stocks that are not optionable, right? This may be breaking news to some of you, but not every stock has an options market, right? Not every stock has options that you can trade. All the big caps do, of course. But there are a lot of stocks that they don't have options for whatever reason. Maybe they're not liquid enough, or I don't know. I don't know why they wouldn't have them, but not all stocks have them. So one thing you could do in any of your alerts or scans or top lists that you create that you're using to find options ideas is if you right click and go to configure again, you can go to search, and in the search terms box, type in options, which, by the way, this is where you'll see the entirety of our options specific data, which is not a whole lot, as you can see, right? We got these 6 items here. But what you want to do to filter out the stocks that don't trade options is just choose options volume today, or just options volume. Okay, either one of these. Add this as a filter and set a minimum to 1. Okay, so what this means is the stock that is about to give you an alert, before it gives you that alert, it has to have done at least 1 contract of volume today. And if at least 1 options contract traded today, what does that mean? That means the stock has options, right? Great. Now, there will be the occasion, especially early in the day, right? Like right when the market opens at 9 o'clock or 9:30 or 9:31, there might be a stock that is optionable but it hasn't traded any options yet on the day. And so you won't get the alert. So you might have to give it a couple minutes, right? You might want to wait till a couple minutes after the market opens to really count on it. The other thing too is, let's say it's the middle of the day like it is right now. And let's say there's a stock that is optionable, but it's not satisfying this minimum one contract volume today. Well, yes, the stock is optionable, but do you really want to trade it if it's not doing any volume? If it's not doing any volume, it probably means the bid-ask spreads are egregious, very wide. There's no open interest in the name, and there's just not a lot of volume. So if you get into that trade, you might have a hard time getting out. So use the options volume filter. That way you can certainly filter out stocks that either don't have options or don't do a whole lot of volume. And you could obviously, of course, set this number higher, right? Maybe you're only interested in the stocks that are doing a lot of volume, options volume. Okay, so you figure out a number there that works for you. You can put that in. But that's how you, that's something I thought I should throw out there to help you guys, because there's nothing more frustrating than having an alert window that's serving you up a million ideas and half of them you can't trade because the stock doesn't have options, right? It doesn't help you. Okay, I think I'm caught up there. Nitty and Ansel, I think you guys are caught up. Iris, you're caught up. So, wow, time flies when we're having fun. We got about 15 minutes left here, guys. A little bit less than 15 minutes. So any questions you're sitting on? If you want to take us in a different direction, totally different direction, that's fine. Throw a question up there, and we'll get into it. I'll do my best to answer it for you. And just a little programming note for all of you, especially if you're a first timer here. I know we get a lot of first timers during these Q&A sessions. We do these every trading day at noon Eastern, okay? So if the market's open, we're open. If the market's closed, like on Thanksgiving coming up, then we're closed on Thanksgiving, right? Just like the market. If the market's open, we're doing the live Q&As, all right? So we do these every trading day, noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. We all the trader educator guys here, Trade Ideas, we all take turns. I usually do Mondays. I think Michael does Tuesdays. Steve does Wednesdays. Jamie does Thursdays. Andy does Fridays. Sometimes Chris Varley fills in for somebody who needs a break for whatever reason. So we get different people every day, different experience levels, they have different hacks on how to use the platform. So come on in anytime during the week. There's no excuse to be lost with the Trade Ideas software. I mean, look, we know the software is complicated. All trading software is complicated. Your brokerage platform is complicated. Even if you trade on Robinhood, there's things about Robinhood that are complicated, even though it's pretty goddamn easy. But every software is complicated at first glance when you first open it up and you're new. It's like you're hit in the face with a million features and you think you got to use all of them. Chances are you're not going to ever need all of them. I mean, there's so many things that Trade Ideas can do. I use maybe 10% of it, right? And my brokerage platform can do a million things, and I use 2% of the capability of my brokerage platform, right? So I don't need to know everything. All right, JG, brand new here. Is there a certain screen you watch for overall market environment each day to decide whether to trade or to stay out? So JG, that's a good question. And no, I don't do it the way you're thinking. I mean, I'm not looking at a scan and saying, okay, I'm not trading today because that scan said not to trade today. I don't do anything like that. But I hinted at it, and I'll bring it up again. The scan I pay a lot of attention to is the all-time highs scan. Now, this just speaks to the type of trader I am, okay? I like to swing trade. And my favorite setup in the whole wide world is to buy stocks that are making fresh all-time highs, okay? That doesn't mean I won't take a short trade. I do take short trades from time to time if the market environment is right for it. But because my favorite trade is the all-time highs list, what this list does for me is it does two things. This all-time high alert. What this does is two things for me. Number one, and the first one is obvious, is it alerts me to stocks making all-time highs. I might want to put a trade on. Great, okay. That's easy. But secondly, and secondarily, it helps give me a flavor of what's going on in the market. Okay? So we just came to this page, so it's not fresh. But if I'm seeing this thing rattling off new high after new high after new high, like just really busy all day long, and especially on a day when like I got an S&P chart up here. This is the S&P 500. You know, S&P is just kind of breaking, you know, going sideways, not really doing anything, just kind of stuck in a range. But I'm seeing this all-time highs list, just new name after new name after new name, right? That tells me there's strength underneath the hood. You know, maybe it's not the big caps. Like the big caps drive the S&P, right? Like if Apple's making new all-time highs, then that's probably driving the S&P, right? The big cap names. But if I'm seeing a whole bunch of, you know, smaller cap names and mid cap names and smaller large caps printing new all-time highs, even though the indexes are going sideways, that tells me there's strength in the market, and I want to be leaning towards the long side. Now, on the flip side, if this new all-time highs list is stale and stagnant and not moving, you know, there's no new all-time highs happening, that tells me, oh, you know, we're either in a choppy or down market, and maybe I want to be looking at some short trades. All right, so JG, that doesn't perfectly answer your question, but it tells you how I do it. All right. So we got about 10 minutes late. Or 10 minutes left. Not 10 minutes late. We got about 10 minutes left. All right, JG, great. I'm glad you're complete. Pete says, can you share your all-time highs? I have one from months ago, but I want to compare. I actually just shared it. It's up above, Pete. Look for my name up there, Sean McLaughlin. It's right up there, new all-time highs. There's the cloud link right up there. Okay, you see it. Sometimes the best things are hiding in plain sight. All right. So at the top of the hour, when we're done with this, just stay right here on the YouTube channel. I'll pass you over to Barry, and Barry will take you into the close in the live trading room. So guys, if you just bookmark this YouTube link that you're at right now, okay, and you come here at any trading day during live trading hours, you will see live streaming content here. When we're not doing the live Q&A, which we do every day from noon to 1, right now, when we're not doing the live Q&A, the rest of the time, we're simulcasting the free live trading room hosted by Barry Einerson. Barry is a real trader, trading with real money, using the Trade Ideas software to guide his every trading decision. So if you want to look over the shoulder of a true professional and learn by watching and doing, Barry's the guy. The live trading room is great. And, you know, he will answer questions from time to time. He's got Chris Farley chimes in. Don't forget, there is a handsome fella that does live Q&As in the late afternoon, going to after the market closes, starting at 3:30. Chris, sorry, my man. Still, it's muscle memory. Chris, our great Chris Farley, about a month ago, started doing live Q&As, additional live Q&As at the end of the day. So guys, what is great about that is that there's never a reason to not know what you're doing with Trade Ideas. There's plenty of ways to get help. The live Q&As are the best place to get help. Why? Because we could take your question and we could walk it through right there on the screen. All right, we could show you. It's better. It's one thing for us to tell you how to do something, but we could show you how to do it right here on these screens. Pete says, I've been in many rooms. This is by far the most encouraging and knowable. Well, awesome, Pete. I'm glad you're getting value. And look, it speaks to the community that hangs out with us and asks smart questions. And, speaks to the great guys I have on my team, Chris being one of them. Chris and Barry and Steve and Andy and Jamie and Michael, they're all really smart guys. They know what the hell they're doing. They are experts with the Trade Ideas software, and they're all happy to help you get the most out of this software that we can. All right? So there you go. All right. Yes, Barry does rock, says Pete. Barry rocks. You are correct on that. All right, folks. So I got about 5 minutes left with you. So last call. I'm issuing last call for questions. Last call for questions. I'm going to bring up Holly, see what Holly's doing today. I haven't even looked at Holly today. I probably should. See if there's any good trades that came through here. Wow, she's been busy. She's been busy. A good mix of long and short trades. These are all the trades she's put on today. You can see here in the AI strategy trades window. Let's see. Got them sorted by most profitable. So this USIO long trade. Ooh, look at that. Here's the intraday chart. She bought the bounce. So she stepped in buying the dip. And so far it's looking pretty nice. All right. We got a short trade of PBW. So it looks like Holly got short when it kind of broke the opening range and looked good for a while. It's pulled back. But hey, that could be a good trade going into the close still. I like it. Yeah, Holly's green on the moderate and conservative front, Chris. So yeah, green is good. Aggressive, well, I don't even know why we talk about aggressive. Well, I don't know why aggressive is even there. Don't recommend anyone do it. But conservative mode, see here the profit, the P&L histogram for conservative mode. For those of you guys who don't know what the difference between conservative and moderate means, conservative basically means you're getting in when Holly gets in. You take every trade that Holly takes at the entry, and then you also get out when she gets out. And you can see in the window here, in the exit reason column, you can see why she got out of a lot of these trades. The target was hit, profit save, or stop in this case. She'll get out of all those trades intraday at some point. And so if you're in conservative mode, you're getting out when she gets out. If you're in moderate mode, what this means is you take every entry that Holly gets into, whether it's a long trade or a short trade, you get in when she gets in, but you're holding it all the way until the market closes, all the way until the end of the day, you know? With one caveat, you're still honoring the stop loss. So whatever the stop loss level is for that trade, you're going to take the stop loss because, look, guys, you never want to take a large loss. Whether you're trading Holly, whether you're auto trading your own strategy, whether you're manually trading your own strategy, you never want to take the big loss. The big loss is what kills the math, guys. I riff on this all the time, but look, any trade you put on, the outcome's going to fall into one of four buckets. You're either going to have a small win or a small loss, or you're going to have a big win or a big loss. Those are your four possible outcomes when you really get down to it, okay? Who cares what path it took to get there? At the end of the day, it's going to fall into one of those four buckets. Well, look, guys, if all you do is prevent yourself from ever taking the large loss, and you do that by honoring your stop losses, putting your stop losses at appropriate levels, right? If all you do is eliminate, out of those four choices, you eliminate the possibility of a large loss, then what's going to happen is if you look at a series of trades, let's say 100 trades, right? 90 of those trades are going to be a net wash. Small wins and small losses are basically going to wash out to be nothing, right? Maybe even 95 of those trades are going to be small wins and small losses. Net result 0, right? Maybe even a little down after commissions. But 5 to 10 of those trades, those are going to be what you would consider to be a big winner. And those big winners make all the difference, even if it's just one big winner, right? If you had 99 trades that were a net wash, but you had one that friggin' went 10x on you, the math works, guys. As long as you don't have the big losses. The big losses are the killer. If you have a big loss, it makes all the math impossible to work out. So if I leave you with nothing else today, don't take big losses. All right, guys, I'm gonna hit up Barry here, see if he's just about ready for the handoff, because we are just about at the top of the hour. All right. Well, guys, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you. I'll be back next Monday unless I fill in for somebody later this week. Who knows? But as my calendar looks right now, I'll be back with you next Monday. Always a pleasure talking with you. Look, it's Thanksgiving week. I speak for everybody at Trade Ideas. We're very grateful for you as customers. We're grateful to share this journey with you, this trading journey. We're grateful to be able to share our software with you, and we're grateful for you to be here. So thank you. Happy Thanksgiving to all of you in the U.S. If you're in Canada, well, we missed your Thanksgiving. And when was it? Last month? You guys are weird. I don't know why you do that. The rest of you around the world, you might not be celebrating Thanksgiving.
Stalls there and then shorting it, right? Because even if it got through the VWAP, I mean, there looks like there's a lot of resistance around 8. No. Okay, you're looking to go long. All right. Okay, so this RAAS, what are you doing? Next high looking left, 432. I guess if it could somehow get through 432, it had a tough day on Friday though, really tough day. This was an earnings play. Trying to have a little bit of a bounce back. Gotta admit, I'm a little bit bored right now with this market. Not getting too many new alerts. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, Zach. I guess a guy could have taken a little short on this VHC. The alert was at, well, in fact, that would have been awesome. I didn't do it. I didn't think it was, I think it was too cheap. But look at this, VHC 336 down to 305 now. That's a nice 10% move. All right, MPLN just showed up on my options scanner. Let's say, look left, and what do we see? 474. That's the next high looking left. I really think, you know, we need some market help in some of these now. Even though a lot of these don't care what the overall market's doing, but I just don't think there's going to be a lot of oomph in some of them. I mean, look at, you know, the MPLN. It's got a big float also. $250 million in the float. Kind of got spoiled the last 3 weeks, guys. You know, we had some really, I mean, listen, we had some good movers today, don't get me wrong, but we had a lot of great movers over the last 3 weeks. But again, we're not in earnings season. We're completely out of earnings season now. I mean, Avio was great. From the option scanner at 2060, and it got up to 22.44, so that's almost a $2 move before it finally started coming down. Ooh, CNTB, still weak. Now look at that spread, 469, 484. That one was down all day Friday. It had no pop at all really, and now it's continuing down. Bad news, bad. I guess negative data or something. Well, here's the thing, guys. I'm not going to try to make a trade, manufacture something just out of boredom. I know I say that a lot, but I really mean it. I'm not going to take something just because I'm bored. Yeah, you too, John. All right, well, there's a little breakdown here for Astra, ASTR. Big news this morning. I guess they launched a rocket. It was a successful launch, but market is starting to fade it now. Yeah, you're not all in LGVN, okay? So let's. He's just kidding. Anybody knew he's not all in LGVN, okay? Well, guys, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on some of my thumbnail charts on my other monitor, not seeing anything earth-shattering from any one of them. The Astra might give us something, though. ASTR continues down here. There's that a little, was weak, little bit of a pull up here, and now the weakness looks like it wants to continue. Well, if you wanted to give you 37, you better spell it right there, William. Okay, Astra, come on down. ASTR. Well, ever is a long time, Sonny. Depends what you mean by ever. I mean, today, I have no idea. Nobody knows, okay? But it depends what you're talking about. You're talking about long term. You're talking about in the next 5 minutes. I'm still using that RAF. I'm not really looking at it too much, but I mean, I guess I can put the. Yes, I mean, does Interactive Brokers have it? Yes. So this is on a 30-minute. This is what that RAF channel looks like, or the RAF lines, whatever you call it, RAF channel. I don't know why I picked that. It just seemed to be interesting. All right, guys. I mean, MP multiplan. Remember? Wow, multiplan. No. Um, Inching its way up. I just don't know how dynamic it's. 474 is the next high looking left. I guess if it got anywhere close to that from 450, that would be a bit of a win. And I'm talking about it because it hit my option scanner. Oh, I see. Well, on that RAF channel, yeah, it hit 1304. If I can eyeball it, it looks almost the same. What a run Bitcoin's been on today, or run, I guess you could call it. Topsy-turvy. Look at this. Look at Bitcoin, BITO, ETF, pre-market kind of weak. Market opens, well, actually, that's 8:30, sorry. That's 8:30. All of a sudden, a flurry of excitement, but the market opens and just fading badly. Yeah, so Sonny, if the trade didn't work for you, where were you going to get out? You always hear us talking about putting a stop. So where were you going to get out if that trade didn't work? And I'm talking about the ASTR. I know you've heard us talk about placing stops. All right, here's an earnings play. Doubt if it's very exciting. FNA, yeah, it's not very exciting. All right, Lee. Lee is still moving up here. So, what was the buyout price? Supposedly around 24. Alden Global proposes to purchase Lee for $24 in cash. So it's a little bit below that. Are you talking about an overnight short DAC? DAC, not Zach, but DAC. EDU. Haven't looked at these TAL, EDU, or for quite a while now. And how about GOTU? So I don't understand. You're looking at EDU for what? Meanwhile, CNTB continues down here, guys. Now the spread is still a little bit tough. We have a halt and volatility for this one, HAPP. All right, I've seen this one before. Happiness development. Well, let's see if people are going to be happy when this comes out of its halt. So it got halted at 90 cents, real cheap one. Lots of volume just came in. It's a China stock. All right, so they actually did have some news. Reached cooperation with Shanghai Automobile Trading for consideration of 104 million RMBs. By the way, Real, what time frame were you talking about on that channel? That was for ASTR. Was it 30-minute? Whoa. I hate to go, talk about a trade where I know somebody in the room is long and maybe getting hurt on it, but the ASTR starting to give us something now. If you were shorted, sorry, Sonny. And let's see now. HAP just came out of its halt. Did it go over $1? The answer is no. HAPP just came out of its halt. Yikes, that can't be good news for Biogen. All right, Zach, good call on the GTAC. And actually, there is a red bar ignored. Red bar ignored on, hard to see. You know what? I'm going to get a big chart so you guys can see what I'm talking about. And here's the GTAC. And look at the 15-minute chart. Look at that red bar right there. Uptrend, pause in the uptrend, continuation of the trend. Red bar, totally engulfed by the previous green candle. So you get an alert, an opportunity at around 763 to get into the trade. Again, it's a long setup. Does it mean every one of them is going to work? Of course not. Yeah, there's the news that Zach is talking about. All right, guys. Wow, I'm just again, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Not a lot of action. In fact, the only one I can see maybe this is one I went short on, took a small loss, and it actually popped, and now it's kind of basing right here. So, an argument to be made that one way or the other, it could give us a trade, on volume. I mean, it's basing here. Obviously, you get some volume, it pops up. It's got some room to 880. But on the other side, if it moves down in volume, this could have been just a momentary blip upwards. In fact, well, let me put my alerts here just in case it does have a move higher. So I basically bracketed the price, 631, 645, see if it breaks either way. Yeah, this one just won't die. LGVN, it just will not die. Every time you think it's got to, did this in the pre-market, but look at this and look at the volume coming in. And there's the high on Friday was 1475. I can't even remember what happened. I mean, I know it went up. I guess I must have had some decent news. It's a pharma, bio, so had some good news. And it's got as high as 8 something, and then on Friday as 14. It sold off down to 10, but bouncing again. You're right, if it takes out, there's your float, 268, 2.68 million. There's the all-time highs right up here. So it's 92%, so it's almost there. It will not die. I saw this Friday afternoon. I almost took it here. I was watching this Friday afternoon. This was a little bit late though, about 5:15 Eastern time. Well, let's have fun in the simulator, okay? Let's take 300 shares. If it pops up to say 1410. Fun in the simulator. I know, I do the same thing. I always want to call LVGN. I don't know why. Okay, let's flip the script on this thing. I'm going to cancel the order. All right, canceling the order. But we'll take it on a pullback, maybe to 1321. Let's just see. So do the same thing. Click that buy button and now we'll get a new blue line. Oh, I'm going to put it at the low of these 2-minute candles right there. Yeah, there's a low of that 5-minute. Again, just the mechanics of it. Just showing people how to do it. We're getting closer. Let's just see if it takes this trade, 1321. See if it gets down there. Zach is short, so that's okay. Okay, this is just in the simulator. Okay, so Well, guys, this is getting too boring. For me, for the things that I have been looking at, I know there's got to be other stuff, of course, that's moving. I get it. Just talking about the stuff that I normally look at. Nope, nope, and nope. Becca. Yeah, the LGVN. Well, there it goes, in fact. It took out 14 briefly. Yeah, I'm looking at Bitcoin. I mean, I'm looking at the ETF, BITO, just in a swoon here. BITO, take a look at this. Had an initial pop. This is pre-market. This is all in the pre-market. And then the market opens, and so you're saying it's 56,000. That's what was the high? 66 or 67? No, but what was the high? I don't mean today. I don't mean today. I meant last 70,000, Chris. Wow. 67? Okay, I've got more informed people than yourself telling me 67,000. Still, that's quite a drop percentage wise. All right, I've put a price alert LGVN over 14. See if it takes that out again and starts to run from there. So this is of course an ETF that started last month. I think it was the first accredited ETF or sanctioned ETF by the SEC for Bitcoin. All-time low now. Boy, this one is just teasing us at 14, the LGVN. All right, so Chris in our YouTube, Chris from Trade Ideas is saying the all-time high was 69,100. All right, all I'm really looking for, I'm looking at this one. Wow, look at this. I mean, look how many times it got it over 14 twice, I think. Got to 14 here in that 15 minute. It got to 14.10 on that 15 minute, and it just stalled and came right back down. You've got, if you're going to take this one, guys, just be awfully careful. You know, we talk about this all the time, but I mean, it only has 2.6 million in the float. So as quickly as it can go up, it can come down even more quickly. So just be completely aware of that. All right, Chris, $69,135.85. That is the Bitcoin high. Well, okay, third time lucky maybe, getting through 14 for LGVN. You know, this just seems to have a life of its own, this LGVN. I mean, for me, it's had a couple of very interesting moves just when you think it's completely over. And then I looked this Friday afternoon, right out, you know, this around 5:15 or so. And then a move from 960 all the, speaking of it, from 960 all the way to 1170. I mean, that's a big move. When you think something is over, look at these topping tails, all these little topping tails. All that has to happen is a lot of volume coming in, maybe like a volume bar like that, or that, or that, really accelerating it through 14. And I think that could do it. Ah, you know what? Wow. What action at 14? It's just a whole number, but what action at 14? Go, go. All right, guys, I've taken some out of here. It got close to 1450. In fact, I think I got to 1452. Yeah, 1452. So I've sort of insured some profit if it does collapse from here. But let's see. If it takes out 1450 again, I think it's could have a great run. The high again was 1485 on Friday. Boy, that's rapid trading. Rapid trading. So I'm talking about time and sales, just active. Another high high float turnover. 18 times today, 49 million, 2.68. Divide that in, get about 18. The aforementioned NIU by real way back here, now making a new low. And let's take a look left on the monthly chart. 1934. 1934 is the next low looking left on the monthly. Showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown now. Now, this obviously would have shown up earlier, but I have one filter that really would have prevented it from showing up earlier, and that's right there. The current volume is 8, so now it is starting. Before it was not 8. Guys, I mean, if you took this, don't wander away from your computer, LGVN. If you took it, just takes out that high of Friday, look out. All of a sudden, the day got exciting. So close, guys. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, it got literally to the penny. 1475, 1475, right to the penny today of the high on Friday. You are out of your short, obviously, of LGVN. Waiting with bated breath on the LGVN. See if it takes out that 1475 high. So close. African night crawlers, that's where it's at. I mean, you know it wants to. It's just got to be careful, that's all. I have some of my scans. Yeah, it has to break the previous day's high, and so that scan, of course, would not have happened. But come on. It's possible. It's possible. I'm not sure I've ever had shorts available at Interactive Brokers. I can't really remember. There may have been a day in which there have been a few, but certainly not. Certainly not widespread. All right, guys, I'm going to have to concentrate on something else, keeping one eye on it and looking at something else also. The G-Tech. I'm looking at some of the other EV plays. Riven is maybe kind of trying to base. Another low float, 4.5 million in the float. Okay, I'm all out of the LGVN, guys. Wow, that's a good exit. Again, my alert set in that 1480 level. See if it takes it out again. If it does, I'll probably hop back in. I am glad you're out of your ASTR long, Sonny. I missed this one. BMTX, okay, from the option scanner. At 1274, let's see, what did it... okay, it must have just snuck in because for my option scanner to trigger, it has to be above the close of the previous day. Just a little bit below now. Well, I didn't get it. I did not get the LGVN again. I did not get it. Let's see what happens here. That went right through my alert. All right, well, let's see if it takes up 15 again. Meanwhile, NIU, even though it seems so late, 1980 at 1965 now, with another leg down. When I say late, I'm talking about in the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, guys, LGVN. LGVN. Again, is this going to be kind of scalping or what? All right, I've got the symbol crash. This is the symbol crash alert sound. I've got, look at it go. Okay. As Real would say, though, if you're in this one, manage the trade. You can't expect that it's going to keep moving higher. Okay? I mean, it is an all-time high now, but you can't expect that it's going to keep moving higher. Anything can happen with that float. Well, thank you, LGVN. You've turned, for me, an incredibly boring day after the first hour into a bit of an exciting day. All right, well, I'll bet you probably pounded that one down, either William or Zach, right? All right, so this one from the AI is on a percentage basis. Nice alert, USIO. We talked about that one earlier in the day when it was doing this. The AI took it on a pullback right when I was going for lunch, so I didn't see it. This would be the only time I probably would take a pullback when you have a nice base like this. Look at the volume, guys, for this LGVN. So why does this happen? Well, of course, the low float, but look at the volume. Look at the volume increase, right? See how we had, the volume was okay right there, had a little pop. Next two 15-minute candles kind of doing nothing. And then, so consequently, at least it didn't drop. Then all of a sudden the volume comes back and it's increasing. Now this is a new 15-minute candle that is being formed. All about the volume. And there we go again. And 16. Wow. Well, let's see what this volume bar is going to look like. And man, oh man! So the volume on the 2-minute chart is actually pretty decent here. Even the 5-minute is starting to catch up. Be very interesting to see what happens on that 15. I mean, this just opened less than 2 minutes. Now there's the 17. Oh my goodness! Look at the volume on the 2-minute, guys. I mean, look at that volume on the 2-minute chart. Look at the volume bar. Look at all the previous ones. That's the biggest one. Ah, look at the GTAC even. Even the GTAC, another low float. GTAC on the move here, guys. Oh man. Wow, we've got some great look. Well, what are the similarities? They're certainly not the same sector. Look at the float, 4.5 million. Now this one is still down for the day, but look at the float, 4.5 million for GTAC, and the other one is 2, and it just got halted. LGVN just got halted. That's why you can get these exciting plays, just because of that float. But this is up for the day. I can't even remember what the news was. I know they had it's a pharma, so they must have had some good news here. I can't remember what it was. Doesn't really matter. That's right. Rare pediatric disease designation. So FDA, rare pediatric disease designation. So that was the news. I mean, this is the biggest volume bar. I mean, this one's big. This one was big at one point when it was up here. This is the biggest one. 2 days later. Boy, GTAC, yes, unbelievable. Boy, the low floaters. Look at this. Look at this. Take this out now. And it just got halted. It not only may, William, but it did. So, I mean, I have these two thumbnails right here. So there you go. I mean, just because of the float, this might actually go positive. Yeah, I'm usually able to kind of pick a price. I mean, you know, when obviously they are moving very quickly, but I mean, if you have the faith that, you know, you're not going to worry about 2 or 3 or 4 cents. But I am kind of picking a price, believe it or not. But, you know, everybody's different. Well, Craig, if you'd been here in the pre-market, I'm sure you would have taken that AUPH short. That was the one I was talking about. I did not get it because it moved too quickly right off the bat. I talked about this one with all the room. So when you say that the spread freaks you out about them, then of course what I would say to you is then do not trade them. You never want to be freaked out about a trade. So I mean, this one after hours on Friday hit 1081. So if these are 5-minute halts, let's see what's going to happen. 203, this 24. So this should open the LGVN. Let's get that one up and running. This should open in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. There's where it got halted. It pulled back. It got halted right at around 1790. Takes that out, guys. Well, oh my goodness. I said, well, I got caught mid sentence, but takes that out, and it could just keep running, and this is exactly what happened. So to play some of these halts, which are very, very difficult. The good news is that it halted and it actually moved down below the halt price. I don't mean all you do, but all I did, you just put an alert at the halt price and see if it takes it out. And man, did it ever. So let's take a look at GTech. See if the same principle can run here. 205.26. All right, so now it is 14.10. Okay, so 14.05. So in 26 seconds, in about 20 seconds, this is going to open in theory. Same principle. If it fell down and then it pops up over that halt price, that is something that you might want to take a look at. This is not a recommendation. It's just kind of what I look for. I don't think it's going to happen though, because it looks like it's, the open could be 940, 940. And here we go. All right, so now it is below it. So let's see if it takes it out again. The halt was at 911. Watching. No, that's so far. That's well. I got to put my alert back again. It's not reacting the same way as the other one did. But let's see if it takes it out, and if it does, I'm almost can guarantee I'm in. Doesn't mean you have to do the same thing. Put a little bit higher here. Okay, not losing sight of it. Now the difference is, I mean, the volume leading up to it was not as startling as the other one. That is one big difference. I mean, look, you had one volume bar. The other one had about 3 or 4, and it was just accelerating and accelerating. Yeah, 7.72 million. Yeah, I see that. Is what Zach is talking about. Well, it wasn't a scan, short gone. Okay, it was a thumbnail chart. I was always whoops. I was always aware of it. Okay, I had a thumbnail right underneath the LGVN, so I was always aware of it and seeing what was happening. It wouldn't appear in very many of my scans because it's still down for the day. Most of my scans. Well, this one is not true. This, as long as it's above the open, but I don't see it's above. It didn't meet the criteria here. I think this is above the open. All right, we're getting close again. I typically thumbnail for the next day. I mean, if I see something that really moved today, I'll almost for sure have it thumbnailed, okay? And then, so that the next day, so like tomorrow, no, and I don't see why I wouldn't have those two still thumbnailed, mainly because they're super low floats and anything can happen. So glad you're out of your ASTR long, Sonny. Okay, this is indecision time for GTEC. You can see here we've got a topping tail, got up to 940. We've got a bottoming tail, it got down to 863. That's a big percentage move from the high here. So now we're in a little bit of indecision. Matter of, we have two bottoming tails though in the 5 minute. You know, the sellers tried a couple of times. They knocked it down to that 870 mark. And now the buyers are trying to regain control for sure. Trying. Yeah, there is a way. But you'd have to take the relative volume filter out. Okay, you'd have to take them and take the relative volume filter out. Well, the other thing is, yeah, the stock is, well, you'd have to really modify it because, you know, the stock has to be up 40 cents from the open. Well, obviously, if it hasn't opened yet, because the open is considered 930, of course, so you'd have to get rid of these two filters. And after that, I have no idea what sort of alerts you get. Well, do you have it? Do you actually have the do you have it? Do you have the scan? Okay, so just okay, so right click on it, click on summary. Here are the two. Okay, you'd have to get rid of the change from the open. Just delete it. And you'd have to get rid of the relative volume filter. Wherever you are, just a second. The current volume filter, you'd have to get rid of that also. So you'd have to, don't put 0, just literally delete it. So you'd have to delete both of those values and then say okay. I actually have no idea what sort of alerts you'll get though. But that's how you can do it. So what I would do then is duplicate the window first, okay? Before you do all that, because I'm assuming you still want to see this during the day. So you right click and duplicate. Are you using our docking version or the free floating? Okay, so just, right click and duplicate. So you'll have a duplicate then of it, and then make those changes. And rename it, say, you know, pre-market breakouts or breakdowns. Make sense? Remove the change from the open and the current volume, the relative volume filter. And this one right here, where it says current volume is at least 8. I'm not sure what you have, but just remove it, like just 0 it out, delete it, so there's nothing in there, no value. And that's the relative volume filter. Okay? The reason I don't do that is because when I'm doing my pre-market work and scanning, I can tell immediately, you know, when I look at a daily chart, if this is one of those that are 10 days below. But I mean, it's up to you. Boy, that G-Tech has been a tough one. I mean, I keep having I had a conditional buy order at about 9:30. I may have to forget about it. It just looks a little too weak. Well, you can. I mean, you can you can have my pre-market scanners. I mean, ISPC was found easily. If you go to my if you go to my homepage, okay, you click on my homepage link right there, and then go to my scanners. That one, I mean, we saw it in the pre-market actives up, and probably also in the gap up, but certainly in the pre-market actives up. I mean, I've got my notes here. Yeah, I mean, ISPC or ISPC, gap up, virus play. You can see right up here. ISPC gap up, okay? I don't know what time you're coming into the room, but you don't, if you don't want to come into the room at 9, but you can do, not just yourself, but I mean, you guys can do all this by yourself. You don't need me to tell you. So all you have to do is take a look at this. I've been using these for years and years and years. Gap up, gap down, pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. I haven't made a change. I may have made some minor changes to the filters, but I've probably used this, something like this, for 10 years. So you will never ever miss an ISPC. Meanwhile, this CNTB is, wow. Well, this is the one I was supremely focused on. Unfortunately, I didn't take it because it just, I would have taken it had it been an all-time low, but it was AUPH. I would have taken it almost immediately if it were an all-time low. It wasn't, but it had about $4 or $5 underneath. Had financing news on Friday afternoon, and then there it was, and there's the opening candle. And you know me, I probably should have taken it anyway, but had this been an all-time low, no question I would have taken it. All of the indices, I don't know, daytrader. All of the indices. Give me a moment here. I know I have something that... Just give me a moment, please. I thought I had a more... I'm just trying to see if I have a more complete list. Yeah, I don't think I've got a complete list. I mean, I have the obvious ones, but not a complete list. You might have to ask. See, this is what I've got. I know there's probably a bigger list. You know, here's the Dow, Nas, and S&P. Those are the three big ones, of course. I thought I had something bigger, but I guess I don't. So you might have to ask. But you know, obviously these are the most important ones. So just do something info at trade-ideas.com. Yeah, we're not looking for ETFs though. We're looking for the indices. So I mean, obviously these are the big ones. I mean, these are the three big ones. But I mean, obviously we have. If you think this is a IWM, I know it's an ETF, but I mean, yeah, you might have to. I just don't have a list. Thought I did. Haven't been asked that for a long time. Yeah, I guess this was not a bad one for my option scanner. We had the alert at 7:15. That was the price, of course, at 217. It popped up to this is AFMD. Popped up to 737 or so. Well, you know what? It'll be interesting to see how ISPC trades tomorrow. You know, you see a move like this, and you think, okay, it's got to be over. Hit 1278 pre-market, or actually that's when the market opened, I think. Yeah, 9:30. Now it's really slip sliding away. I think she just wants, though, like literally the symbol. You know, we're not looking for like the ETF. But that's a good point. Let me just take a look at symbols. So there's indices. Okay, you can try this. I don't know. I don't know what's going to be in here. So all I have to do is right click on it or left click on it, and then it moves over to this. So okay, you know what I'll do just for fun. Whoops. I'm going to create a top list, new top list window. I am going to put nothing in it. Okay, I'm going to start from scratch. Okay. No, start from scratch. Start from scratch. Load the settings. All right, didn't do that. Okay. No idea why these are showing up. Okay. Now I'm going to take this symbol list. I'm going to add the indices. Only the following list. And let's see what happens. Nothing. probably because, let me just try something here. Yeah. I hate this server sort, but let me just, Yeah, no explanation. Yeah, the room, I will open the room. I don't think I'm gonna do too much pre-market work though. So I may just open the room at 6. I will open the room. I will open the room at 6, 9 Eastern. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's in there. It's interesting. Nothing is in there. It may just be one of those things that is, give me a moment here. You know what? I don't think these even load. So I have no idea. Okay, comp loads. No, but this is compass. Ah, just a minute. Might be dollar. Yeah, okay. So here is, this is the comp. I wonder if somebody forgot to put the dollars in front of the indices. Maybe that's why. Meanwhile, back on the LGVN front, where we may have thought that that was all over, not yet. And the GTEC front, not over. Oh my goodness, guys, I mean, this is just awesome. We had some little opportunities to get back in. And now look at this. So this has actually gone, not quite. This is probably going to go positive. It's only 29 cents off the close. In fact, that's wrong because this is, yeah, this looks like this is going to go positive now. GTech. And oh man, AEVA guys, AEVA. Wow, this just showed up in the option scanner, 1024. Of course, this was really active early. Base, pop. Looking left on the monthly chart, the next high is 1072, so there is some room, but the weekly looks, yeah, actually, I mean, it's got some room to the 1070 level. I'm not telling anybody to take the trade. Just pointing that out. And now there's a race between GTech and LGVN. Okay, give me a moment, please. I am muted. I'm muted. I'm muted. Why am I muted? Did you turn off my microphone, Becca? Again? All right. Well, listen, I'm not going to go over everything again, but here's the promo code. I don't know where I stopped, but here's the promo code again. Black 25% off the first month only or the entire year. Start off with a monthly plan. You can always upgrade later on if you do want an annual plan, and we'll honor the 25%. Okay? And here are my scans. All my scans are here. And save my link. Lots of information here in the education section. Comprehensive user guide, the introductory lessons, daily support sessions in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Daily webinars. There's only one this week on Monday. The Wednesday one is canceled. Next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. And back to basics. If you're new to trading or you just want a refresher, great little video series by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Okay, so save my link. Lots of information right here. You save my link, you can look at it anytime you want. Yeah, Nelson, I'll be honest with you. I hardly use it at all, okay? I will show you here. I don't find it it's okay, and it is a little confusing, okay? So let's just take a look at this one for argument's sake, okay? You notice I've got this in red, okay, on the relative volume. And I haven't looked at this for a long time. So, custom colors. Yeah, this is a bad example. I think I'd rather do the example here. Relative volume in my alert window. Yeah, a little easier to explain. Yeah, I wonder if the guide has a lot more in it. I'm not a big fan of it, okay? I did this a long, long, long time ago. And all this is it's going to show me anything in blue if it's over 4 relative volume. Okay, notice here 1.31 is lower. How I set it up in the first place, I probably did this 5 years ago. I know it's a bit of a cop-out. I think let's just take a look at the guide. I think it probably goes over it pretty well. I hope it does. So I said it was searchable. All right, so we've got all this right here. I can't expand on it any more than what you're seeing here. But I'll be honest, I mean, I have these things color coded. I don't pay really any attention to it. It's not like I go, oh wow, look at this now, look at the color here. But I would just type in color in the user guide, and I can't really go over it anymore. I haven't used it in years. Look at the volume that came in, guys. I mean, whoops. Look at the volume. Look at the volume for GTech. And it's almost at Friday's high now. 1084 takes that out. I don't know. Where's the high here? 1124. High here. 1286. This is going to be really interesting tomorrow, especially if the EV plays sector starts to move again. The only color I actually use now, Nelson, not in the columns. I mean, yes, for me it's helpful here because I know if it's green, it's up for the day. I know if it's yellow, it's down. That's it for me. I really don't pay any attention anymore to this, how I've color coded them. And again, that doesn't mean that nobody else should if you want to do it. But I guess what I'm really trying to say is it doesn't really influence me anymore. So the market, interesting day, guys. We had a big move at the beginning. Then we had a pretty giant move down. And now we've sort of settled and it looks like it wants to move higher. Depends what you mean by fixed, Sam. Is it like before? No. Can I live with it? So far, yes. But no, and they're still working on it. It's about a 2-second load, I guess. Now, I think you sent in some videos that showed a lot. I don't know what was going on with your system, but yeah, I recall your setting. I didn't look at them. I just sort of saw the comments going back and forth. That's never happened to me. One of the reasons that it's not bothering me as much is because typically when I click on an alert, I'm immediately drawn to my order entry in IB first. So by the time I take a quick glance at that to see what the spread is, because I'm always interested to see what the spread is, the chart is already loaded. So it really hasn't upset me that much. Yeah, it's never been 8 seconds. Never. Not for me. If it were that, I couldn't use it either. I was going to say that would be a big collapse for LGVN. I'm sure somebody might, but I don't, JJ. The linking with TOS is tricky, yes. It's not without its, I suppose, its issues. So yeah, it's possible that maybe that's one of the problems. But I thought as long as you selected run as administrator in both, then wasn't there some kind of a trick putting a small chart in and all that? But then again, I've never used it. We're talking about linking trade ideas to Thinkorswim. Nothing to do with Brokerage Plus, just the ability to click on an alert and have it load into the platform your order entry so you don't have to type the symbol in all day long. Yeah, JJ, yeah. So I don't trade futures on IB, so cannot help you there. I thought there was something, well, you know better than I do, Sam, so. Yeah, I mean, so Rob, when you click on an alert, does it load into your order entry once you've done the run as admin first? And then all day long, there's nothing to monkey around with. You click on an alert, it loads in all day long. Well, okay, so Sam, I don't know if you're following the conversation in off top, actually in the stocks, no, in the off topic, because Rob is saying that as long as he links run as admin first, he's able to click on an alert all day long, and it doesn't. There's nothing more you have to do. It loads automatically all day long. First start TI and min. So anyway, I'll let you guys hash it out, okay? Nice move for Riven, guys. RIVN. Nice little move here. Nice little move here. A lot of people are following this one, of course. You know, I got a suspicion. So clearing the box, that would be a pain. So let's see what Rob says. I'm not so sure that LGVN is over, guys. I mean, what it's doing, it's basing right here. If we get some more volume, and that could just pop it right through the high. Oh, I see. So you're clicking on something within T. Okay, that might be it. That might destroy the link. Yeah, that's a pain. That is a pain. All right, you guys were talking about the BBLG, another low float situation. It got halted on the way up. It did halt. It already halted on the way up. All right, guys, shutting the room down at 3 p.m. Good time to ask any last-minute questions. So looking at a 15-minute chart for GTech, looks like the support is just underneath 9, so that could happen easily for you, Zach. Well, you know what? Look at the NBEV. Even the NBEV, something I just sort of didn't like at all, but look at the NBEV. I got to pay more attention again to my option scanner. NBEV, we had the alert at way back here at 10:30. I mean, it did nothing. And then all of a sudden, look what it's doing. It got up to 163 from 131. I mean, here's a 30-cent move in a $1.30 stock. That's a great percentage move. And the volume coming in. I'll be watching LGVN in the last hour and after hours. See what it does. Now look at this NBEV. This is a cannabis play. I thought it was. I thought they turned themselves into a cannabis play. Aren't they maybe I'm wrong. I thought they turned themselves into a cannabis play. Maybe not. All right, and answers the new anti-aging discovery of the century. I'm making that one up, but anti-aging, all right, we can all use that. Look at Riven, guys, RIVN. This is making a nice move out of that consolidation. Right out of here, nice little move. Yeah, look at that LGVN. Oh man, oh man, oh man. What time is it? 2:58. Guys, if there are no more questions, I think I am going to shut down so I can concentrate a little bit on what I want to do with that one if I want to do anything. Again, I'll always stick around if there's some questions, but all right, I don't see any questions. Okay, I don't see any questions. Okay, guys, thanks a lot for all the help today. Turned out to be a pretty interesting day in the afternoon. So I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.